Welcome to episode 15 of the OBRY Hours. This is part 2 of the study of air as mountain, and I'd like to take a minute to encourage everyone to please go to the OBRY Project Patreon and sign up for one of the tiers. The $10 a month tier gets you an audio every week. Every other week I release a book reading with commentary. Today, which would be Friday, November 17th. I just released part 4 in The Rise and Fall of Great Powers by Paul Kennedy. 1 week ago, I released part 1 of Let's Consider the Book of Matthew. And we're going to start releasing for the Let's Consider Matthew is actually on the $20 tier. That would be every other week to the reading with commentary. The 35 and higher tier also has access to blogs that are written by Hannah Maurer. They're very good. The one is analyzing James White from his book, The King James Only Controversy. The other one is from Josh McDowell's book, Evidence That Demands a Verdict. They are critical looks at those books. So it helps out a lot if you'll sign up for one of those tiers. We have higher tiers in place for those who want to give more and really appreciate it. Or please stop at my spring store and pick up some merchandise. Or if you're not interested in merchandise, don't really need the Patreon, send a donation. That helps too. Everything helps very much and is well appreciated. So to hit right on to the next section here, real quickly, what are we going off of? The premise is that this word, air, does not in fact mean mountain. And based on our initial word study with all the OBRY cognates that we did in the first episode of the study of air as mountain, I determined that the most likely candidate when we see air, whether we're talking about something spatial or something physical, is literally an undefined gap, which we'll see definitions depending in the text. But air is an area. Anytime somebody might talk about an area, it's going to be relatively undefined. You can have a small area. You can have an area rug. You could have an area in which you're speaking of the Great Plains is an area. It's relatively undefined. It's an area. Same thing with time. So air being a gap before, words like ever being these gaps after that are undefined. And we went over a lot of those words that even have stayed in the English language, even though some of them are now being considered a bit more antiquated. They still hung around quite a bit. So what we're going to pick up with is the section, it's a brief section called Mountains Named, where I just name off all the mountains that have been listed in the Old Testament, and then we're going to go into the section where we're examining that word air in the text. So for the section Mountains Named, out of the 78 entries here, 50 are specific singular mountains named within the inheritance of Israel. There are more, but some may be doubles or aren't made proper nouns by the gods of language. This doesn't count all the plurals found under H2022, which is the word air. But to lend perspective to 50 singular mountains named, the Wikipedia for List of Mountains of West Virginia has 41 entries. West Virginia is about 24,000 square miles, while Palestine is about 1/4 that size. And West Virginia is a mountainous state within the range of the Appalachians. This would mean little, even land, which isn't a very good thing for crops and pasture. Given the scale, one needs to wonder how small these mountains must be. In an attempt to make Palestine match the Old Testament, they've taken to calling many things therein a mountain. But even so, they only have somewhere near 36 very small, quote-unquote, mountains, which technically do not qualify as mountains at all. That's it, 36. But here we have 78 entries, 50 specifically within what should be considered Canaan, the inheritance of Israel. Though I do believe the events of the Old Testament did happen in North America, and North America does have many mountains, the mountains are but a small fragment of the overall landscape, whereas in Palestine, there's a great deal of uneven, rocky, hilly land, with Palestine's Jerusalem being in an area of hills, rocky hills. It's my contention that the reason for making air into mountain is the fact that there were all these occurrences of air simply translated as area. The reader would quickly see how spacious and different the real land of the Bible is as compared to the Levant. The additional difficulty here in the list was taking the translator's word for it when there were a great many passages in which air appeared with a following noun. Because of the lack of capital letters indicating a proper noun, we are at the mercy of the gods of language when we see so many instances that may in reality be a proper noun, but are translated as air and then descriptive, or air and verb, or as opposed to air in common noun, or no, plus air in common noun, such as Job 14:18, we have air nupal being translated mountain falling, versus it could have been what? Mount Nepal. They had to do this quite a bit because this whole mount and then, give it a proper name, they add up. And as we can see, they've added up a lot, more than Palestine has. Or Song of Songs 4:6, we have Er Emur, which they translate as mountain of myrrh, versus what? Mount Emer. How about Isaiah 13:2? Er Nashape, which is translated high mountain, versus what? Mount Nishapeh. Isaiah 13:2 again, Er Mashachit, which they translate as destroying mountain, versus Mount Emeshit. If these many examples were translated into a proper noun, we would see a list even far more exaggerated than the already impossible list below. The following is, therefore, a list representing all the instances in which the establishment linguists decided to deem the word paired with air as a proper noun. And believe me, folks, or don't believe, you don't have to take my word for it. All you'd have to do is look through all of these occurrences of air, which is between 400 and 500, and you'll find that in many of the instances where they don't translate that as a proper noun, Mount Nebel or whatever, that it could be. And they just made the decision to translate it some other way. The occurrences were too much. I would have had a very big list of where they just decide to go the one way instead of the other way. So, there's a lot of mountains here. Now, remember, some of these aren't supposed to be within the realm of Canaan, but we have Mount Ararat, Mount Sephir, a mountain east of Bethel, Mount Seir, mountains near the Vale of Siddim, mountains near Sodom, mountain near Zor, mountains in the land of Moriah. And always pay attention to that. Mountains, because oftentimes it is in the plural. Mountains in the land of Moriah. Now, the land of Moriah is supposed to be within Canaan, as well as this Vale of Siddim is supposed to be at least, between Canaan and probably what they would say is Moab. Remember that. I mean, besides the fact that just the mountains listed are outnumbering what actual mountains they have in Palestine by 11. There are many instances where it's mountains. Mountains. So we've got the mountains in the land of Morah, Mount Gilead, the mount opposite Mount Gilead, Mount Horeb / Sinai / Mount of God / Mount of the Lord. Yeah, it's got a lot of names. How about all of Canaan, a mountain? Yes, all of Canaan is actually called a mountain, Air. Canaan is called an Air, as in a mountain. And they actually translate it as that, which is really funny to me sometimes, that it's that obvious. And I don't know how many people read that and literally see, like, the mountain, they're referring to Canaan, like all the land of Canaan, and it's referred to as not mountains, not plural, but literally singular, Air, like one mountain. So we have mountain between Kadesh and Canaan. How about Mount Hor, Mount Abarim, Mount Shapher, Mount of the Amorites, Mount Hermon, which would be kind of quasi outside of what was supposed to be the land of Canaan. But no, actually Hermon wasn't outside. That I'm getting the two confused. The actual, what they say is Mount Hermon, which is almost kind of an actual mountain, is in Syria, so it's not in Palestine. But the Mount Hermon in the Bible actually was part of the inheritance of the tribes of Israel in Canaan. So sorry about that. Now we also have Mount Sion, not Zion, S-I-O-N, Mount Gerizim, Mount Ebal, Mount Nebo, Mount Paran, mountain near Jericho, mountain of Israel, Mount Halak, mountains of Judah, mountain from, get this one, mountain from Lebanon to Misrephoth, Maine. And who knows where that is. Mountain the Valley. That's one of my favorites. Mount the Valley. Yes. Caleb, and we'll explore some of these more odd entries later on. Caleb, referring to Hebron as a mountain. Mountain before the valley of Hinnom. Mount Ephraim, Mount Jearim, Mount Bola, Mount Bethel, Mount Ephraim. Unknown mountain possessed by Ephraim, as their lot was too small. Because their lot is referred to as a mountain in one place. All right, mountains westward of Jericho. Now we've got more mountains. Mount south of Beth Horon the Nether, Mount Naphtali, Mount Gash, mountain of what must be one or more Philistine cities named in verse 18, Gaza, Ashkelon, Ekron, mountain of Dan, Mount Heres, Mount Lebanon, and Mount Baal Hermon, Mount Tabor, mountains of Shechem, Mount Zalmon, mountain of the Amorites, mountain that is before Hebron, in quotes, this mountain, and in quotes, that mountain, because it's literally described like that sometimes. This mountain and that mountain in Judah between Shoko and Azekah, mountain in the wilderness of Ziph. Again, this mountain and that mountain in the wilderness of Maon. Mount Gilboa, Mount Olivet, which I have a little asterisk here. It's a mount inserted in English text here. And in verse 32 to give the Mount of Olives more screen time, which is sneaky. They insert the mount part. I mean, I had to include that because in the English, the mount part is there. It's not there in the OBRY. Why? To give the Mount of Olives, which apparently something important happened in the Mount of Olives in the New Testament. So they might want to give a wink and a nod to a mountain that doesn't really exist in the Old Testament. So how about Gibeah is in or on a mountain? Gibeah is or on a mountain. Not too sure. Mountain before Jerusalem. Mount Samaria. Mount Carmel. Dothan is or is on a mountain. Now here, Mount Zion. That's the Zion you always hear about. Mount Zion. Mount of Corruption. Mount Moriah. Mount Zemaraim. Mountain of the house of the Lord. So if the house of the Lord is in Jerusalem, we've got a mountain and a mountain. Mount Mizar, Mount Bashan, Mount of the daughter of Zion, I don't know where that one would be. Mount of the congregation, Holy Mount at Jerusalem. Oof. Mount Perazim. Mount Holy Mount Jerusalem. No, I'm not kidding. I'm sorry, my holy Mount Jerusalem. Not kidding. There's a lot of different mountains described in Jerusalem, which is supposed to be on a mountain. Mountain of the house. Mountain of holiness. Mountain on the east of the city, and we're talking Jerusalem again. Mountain of the height of Israel. Mount of Esau, and Mount of Olives. We have that one, which the Ezitim. So that was my mistake. I suppose they have the one Ezitim. So that would be the only Er Ezitim. So the only Mount of Olives. The other one that we saw before was one in which they inserted the English word so that we would have at least two Mount of Olives, because again, the importance of it in the New Testament. So now the examination of H2022 Er in the text. So my forward, besides some early biblical passages, I will not be counting most places in which Er could be either area or mountain, as this becomes redundant without relatively simple surrounding texts containing words that help to clarify which it may be. Therefore, if 50 passages stated something to the degree of yiba al er, translated, and he came to the mountain, while it may be nice and helpful to my case to see the alternative, which would be, and he came to the area, after a few of these it becomes redundant and unnecessary. This being the case, there are very few passages among the following, except for a small sum of case-in-point examples, demonstrating the ease with which one may swap mountain and area. Frequently, in my TOP alt translations, I remove the prepositional of arbitrarily inserted into the text of current translations, as well as leaving off definite articles and plurals forced onto er. This means the TOP translations may sound, in quotes, clunky. However, and to our modern English ears, they will sound kind of clunky, because I'm still not entirely convinced, for one thing, of all of these extra words that they just insert. Oftentimes, articles that they demand are one thing or the other, so I try to keep them as simple as possible, but when necessary, I will smooth them out as good as I can. So I say right, however, if the current English translations remained grammatically and syntactically consistent, they would sound just as odd as our modern English sensitivities, and sometimes even far stranger than my own translations. And that's a fact, folks. And I have to hit the grammar and the grammatical inconsistencies so often in these verses that I examine that it's not even funny. There's no way that these modern translations would ever sound reasonable whatsoever to our ears, and I mean what we've been taught as far as like English and English grammar, if they actually stayed consistent with even just their grammatical rules. My insistence on presenting the TOP alt translations in a way closest to consistency, even if they tend to be less flowing to the ear, is for the purpose of disallowing any techniques in my translations that could be construed as prejudicial or exploitative, like their translations. Unlike Masoretic and English treatments of the text, I expect my translations to be of sufficient merit, even without the advantages of modern English grammatical devices. Now, of course, this doesn't mean that as I go forward with understanding the root, base, original language, and the articles, the pronouns, and the conjugations, which make up most of the articles, a lot of the a lot of the ofs that, for instance, modern English translations put in there, which is essentially like a determiner. Again, you know, from the time that we're little, we use those, you know, determiners and other little bits and pieces in our speech. And to us, it does sound smoother. If we read the same thing and we take those things out, it sounds like what we would think of as like pigeon talk, which the funny thing is, a lot of people who speak very different languages than we do, they end up oftentimes, not always, but oftentimes speaking sort of a pigeon English, because they oftentimes don't need all of those extras that were kind of, you know, from the earliest age, we're sort of trained that those extras are of great necessity. And maybe because of the nature of English and what a bastard it is, maybe all of those things are necessary to make English make sense. It's my great hope, though, that as I go on at this, I will find that those things aren't necessary to make OBRY make sense. Because it's going to need to make sense in a very consistent, coherent, logical way, without the need of a lot of linguistic and mental gymnastics to make it work. It should work without all of those, and that is the goal. So we start with Genesis 7:19. What I've done here is I have copied the verse in OBRY, and then below it the King James translation. So that will be, because that is the standard. And then I will give the OBRY Project alt translation at the bottom, but I will have the examination of each verse between. I will not be reading and pronouncing the OBRY. I will simply read the prevalent establishment translation, and then the explanation that I've written, and then the OBRY Project alt translation. So starting here, Genesis 7:19, we have, "And the waters prevailed exceedingly upon the earth, and all the high hills that were under the whole heaven were covered." Here, air appears as erim in the plural, and also the definite article, and it is translated as hills. So, commentary. Erim, or hills, requires gebaim to demonstrate height. Gebaim, high. Erim, hills. This geba is used in various Strong's entries as high or lifted nearly 100 times. Numerous G-accented words have cognates used in context for hill, high, lofty, proud, roof, etc. We even see the G accenting BR in Gebaru, or prevailed, earlier in the verse. Air cognates do not indicate anything high or lofty. In addition, the TOP alt translation has changed the ol, being translated as upon, from the above verse to against, and tahat, being translated beneath above, to instead. This is due to the best majority uses for these two terms, both covered elsewhere. In addition, we change mountain to area, but keep a gebaim as high or lofty, and we end up with nearly the same result in concept. So some examples of how gab, or G accented words, demonstrate height. H1354, geb, 13 times as eminent place, or one time as ring or body, but definitely more often as eminent place. 1361, geba, lifted or exalted, 34 times. H1362, Geba, 5 times as high or proud. H1363 is Geba, 15 times as height. H1364, Geba, 38 times as high or lofty. H1365, Gebaut, 2 times as loftiness. H4869, Mishagab, 21 times as defense or refuge. H7282, Shagab, 20 times as high or exalted. So the TOP alt translation, and the waters prevailed exceedingly against the land and covered all the areas lofty, which instead all the sky. So what does that mean? Which instead all the sky? Well, I would say, since tehet oftentimes is used as in the stead of, this could be referring to essentially horizon, the mirroring effect. I don't think it's necessarily how high they were, but the point is, we're not doing an examination of tehet, but this is one of those places where it sounds a bit clunky because of having to sometimes change some of these words to, again, their majority use or consistent use. Sometimes I did brief extra word studies on some of these, but I tried not to go too far into the weeds. So we got Genesis 8:5. And the waters decreased continually until the 10th month. In the 10th month, on the first day of the month, were the tops of the mountains seen. Commentary. Rashi, Erim, above, says nothing more than they saw the heads of, or tops of, or best of, beginnings of, or principality of the Erim. Whether this may be saying head of blank, or top of blank, or even first of blank, as in they saw the first bit of land, or if Rosh implies height, as it is used in head or chief, it again doesn't require air, the word air, to be mountain or even high. This, like the previous, shows air in need of another word, Rosh in this case, to demonstrate height or importance. So the TOP alt translation, and the waters decreased continually until the 10th month. In the 10th month, on the first day of the month, they sighted the head of the area. Again, the head of the area. Head Rosh, area Erim. Genesis 12:8. And he removed from thence unto a mountain on the east of Bethel. Commentary. This is a good demonstration of the ease with which one may swap area for mountain. These kinds of verses are so ubiquitous that, as mentioned above, most of the occurrences wherein this could be done are not included going forward. However, anyone could see from many of the H2022 air passages, even in the English translation alone. Also, mountains aren't desired for grazing. Remember, Abraham was a flock and herd man. That was his trade. That was the trade of all his descendants. Mountains aren't desired for grazing. Good flat lands are. So unless it's a very large elevated flatland, which we don't see in Palestine, there's a problem. So the TOP alt translation, and he departed from there the area from east to Betal. He departed from there the area from east to Betal. Just an area. And probably a nice flat area where he could graze all those flocks and herds he had, which were a lot. Now we have Genesis 14:10. And the vale of Siddim was full of slime pits, and the kings of Sodom and Gomorrah fled, and fell there, and they that remained fled to the mountain. This requires an adjustment of syntax to make the present translation work. As the text reads, this is taking place in an omak or veil, but a plain rendering of the text with the current syntax produces, quote, and the remaining of the mountain fled, closed quote, which cannot be as they are already in a veil. Thus the great need for the alteration. The translators also ignore the e suffix, which feminizes the root in lieu of the arbitrary Masoretic rule of using a suffixed e as indicating to. They, then, do not keep with a coherent and consistent syntax, or it would read, quote, and they that remained mountain to fled, close quote. The suffixed e is, however, even used in Masoretic rules, as it is so ubiquitous that they could not alter all or close to all of its occurrences. In the case of a mountain or any geographical area, it would make it mountain vicinity, that e at the end, or something similar. As already indicated, if translated as it appears, it would sound odd, since the previous clause seems to state, quote, the kings fell there, being the veil, close quote. Then it would have to go on to say, quote, they that remained in the vicinity of the mountain fled, closed quote, is an abrupt change of scenery. If area is used instead of the air, and it's in a proper syntax, there isn't a hint of conflict with them being currently in a veil. So let me help a little bit instead of just telling you in the commentary the problem with the syntax and why they had to change it the way they did. I'm going to point it out really. This is the text. Okay, you could make this into block Hebrew and write it all backwards and it would be exactly the same letters, which in my case I'm calling these glyphs. Okay, it's the same thing. So what we have in that verse is uomek, so and veil, eshadim, they're saying of Siddim, ba'aret, so they're saying like essentially like pits. They're saying that's like an emphasized to show you how many pits there were. That's what the prevailing theory would be. Barat, Hamer, slime, Inasu, fled, Melech, king, Sodom, Omre, Gomorrah, Ipalu, and fell, and then they add the there, Ipalu, fell, while the Shemet there, Anasharim, so that is basically they that remained. This Anasharim, they that remained where? In the Omek. Anasharim era. What does that mean? Well, we're talking about this happening in an Omek, which is translated veil mostly. Sometimes Omek might be translated as plain, but either one of them isn't a mountain. The problem here is they that remained in the Omek, era, Anasharim era. What it's literally in the syntactically, it's saying they that remained in the area, the area being an Omek. See the problem now? Nasu fled. That's the problem. That's why they had to change the syntax, so that they didn't have to deal with how problematic where era occurs is and what it's actually revealing to us about where they were. So the TOP alt translation, and the vale of Siddim was full of slime pits, and the kings of Sodom and Gomorrah fled and fell there, and they that remained of the general area fled. Well, that makes all the sense in the world. All the sense in the world. And I stayed with the syntax. Okay, now we have Genesis 19:17. And it came to pass when they had brought them forth abroad, that he said, Escape for thy life, look not behind thee, neither stay thou in all the plain. Escape to the mountain, lest thou be consumed. Now the commentary. If the grammar and syntax aren't adjusted here, it would read, quote, neither stand in all the plain of the mountain vicinity. That's correct. Neither stand in all the plain of the mountain vicinity, close quote. Since the plain of the mountain is awkward, the change was necessary. As in the previous example, the Masoretic claims the e suffixed onto er indicates to or towards. But not only is this idea inconsistent, it doesn't explain the arbitrary break imposed between ekaker, plain, and ere, the mountain, to, the mountain to. Because that's how it would have to read if it was going to stay with some kind of consistent grammar. The typical construction of noun to noun or adjective to noun in sequence like this should be the plain of the mountain. For example, betuk emmayim, being the midst of the waters from Genesis 1:6, or lemakua emmayim, the gathering together of the waters from Genesis 1:10, or rakio shemaim, the firmament of the heavens from Genesis 1:15, etc. I just did Genesis 1 to show those examples, by the way, folks, because they're all through the Old Testament. So area, or in this case with the e suffix, feminizing the air into a general or basic area, is a smooth and coherent fit, the plane of the area or general area. So the TOP translation would read, and it came to pass when they had brought them forth abroad, that he said, Escape for thy life, look not behind thee, neither stay thou in all the plain of the general area. Escape, lest thou be consumed. So we go on to Genesis 19:19. By the way, these are for anyone who doesn't just know off the top of their head Genesis chapters, what's going on. This is Lot, Sodom and Gomorrah, that story. The one before in Genesis 14 was actually when these 4 kings came from these various areas to make war with the 5 kings of these cities in the Omek Eshadim, or what they call the Vale of Siddim. Lot was also there, and he got caught up in that, but it was a different story. So Genesis 19:19, Behold, now thy servant hath found grace in thy sight, and thou hast magnified thy mercy, which thou hast showed unto me in saving my life, and I cannot escape to the mountain, lest some evil take me and I die. Commentary. Grammar and syntax must, once again, be altered here, and in nearly opposite fashion as the last example. In the previous examples, the suffixed e on er was used by the Masoretic linguists to indicate to or towards regarding the noun it was attached to. Here we see the verb malath, escape, before era, which in the last example it was after era, and malath here already has an L, being the far more prevalent to or towards prefix. Therefore, the passage, if even Masoretically consistent, should read, quote, and I not able to escape the mountain too, lest some evil take me, closed quote. Since we now have these doubled up prepositions, this is redundant and now incoherent. But this sort of incoherence is consistent if we must work with the typical establishment biblical Hebrew grammatical parameters. If we simply adjust ere to the general area, at least this portion of the verse becomes not only coherent, but utilizes a consistent grammar and syntax. So the TOP alt translation would read, staying with the syntax, in at least that portion of the verse for time. Behold, now thy servant hath found grace in thy sight, and thou hast magnified thy mercy which thou hast showed unto me in saving my life. And I not able to escape the general area, lest some evil take me and I die. Now, if some people are off-put with me translating the E as sort of general, maybe come up with another term that you can just insert there that means pretty close to the same thing. It's simply just a generalizing of. It's less specific and less exact when we see that typically at the end of the word. That's why the E is often also used as a pronoun suffix meaning her. Something that belongs to a female, her. That's kind of what it's doing. It feminizes. Okay, so now we're still in Genesis 19, verse 22, and we see haste thee. Now, this is one of the few times when I'm not actually translating H2022, but another word, and for those who followed along with the last episode, the first part of the study of Error Mountain, you know why, because I went over those words that were ma'er entries. There was about 5 of them. So I'm going to show you something in this verse. It begins with this ma'er, and they say, haste thee, escape thither, for I cannot do anything till thou be come thither. Therefore the name of the city was called Zor. It's real funny sometimes how you get, if I can just comment off script, these names, like names of cities, names of people, because we'll often see that and we'll go back to the text and think, what? How did that get named like that? Because I'm not seeing it in the text. And it's easier to follow along actually with like Rachel and Leah's naming of their children. But again, since they use inconsistent grammar rules, it's still very difficult to follow. So I've read this a number of times and thinking, how is it that it got named Suar? Because the various forms that you might find of Tsuar or Tsor aren't a necessary match to this. And even sometimes when you find names that are a close match to why they're saying something was named whatever, you're more oftentimes going to find things named a certain thing that in the common noun entries of Strong's, those common nouns don't bear out a similarity to the proper noun. So, the scripted commentary. This, though not listed as H2022, is an example of the occurrences of ma'er presented as a verb herein. Haste or hasten. That's how the establishment translates it, as a verb. Haste or hasten. And though, as stated in the ma'er table above, this could work in the sense of a time reduction. Here it is presented without any action glyphs, however. So like the Y, E, N, T, or sometimes even A. That's kind of Masoretic rules there. But some of that is just my observations. That if something's going to be regarded as a bona fide action, it should be presented with an action glyph so that we know it actually is an action being performed. This happens frequently, so it's an active verb. we should expect an active verb, as opposed to a verb that's inactive, which may be presented differently than an active verb. So this happens frequently if a simple concept such as ba, come, or enter is used. We can know it's referring to come or enter, but without an indication of action like yiba, taba, aba. We cannot know something or someone or something is or will come or enter. Now I'm going to off script add something. Although the A is often presented as like I, so you might say I come or I enter, oddly enough, it's also presented as an active verb. So the reason would be, like for an active verb, the pronoun would be presented at the front instead of at the end, which would not be an active verb. And oftentimes when it's presented at the end, it's presented as ty. Now, whether that rule is true or not, I'm just telling you how active verbs tend to be presented, okay? The Masoretic Hebrew will routinely call any word they wish a verb, and they do, whenever they wish to. But verbs are, more often than not, indicated by a verb prefix, especially, as I said, active verbs. As stated, of course, this passage works well if M plus air is from the area. Not haste, but from the area. But it cannot work if it is from the mountain, as they aren't on a mountain. So this is simply a good example of how word adjustment in the realms of parts of speech and terminology is used to cause the reader to miss many things. So what's the moral of the story, what I'm saying here? If you go back, and you know, the funny thing is there's actually a pretty straightforward, though I don't think it's all that comprehensive. It misses a few things, but it in general has a number of the prefixes and suffixes. You can find a Hebrew prefix and Hebrew suffix page on Wikipedia. And the reason I say it's straightforward because they present it in tables, which is a lot easier than a number of other Hebrew sites that purport to teach people Hebrew. They make it so complicated. You need something simple. And the reason I would say to look at that is because you could go back and take a number of the entries that we looked at in the first episode of the study of Erez Mountain that were entries presented as, for instance, like here, ma'er, or ta'er. Any of these common prefixes used as verbs or other things, you could find them in the text, and you could start examining whether or not that really is the verb or the adjective, or let's just say the completely different word that they make it out to be based on their strong entry, or whether that isn't just a form of air, the same word air, meaning an area either in space or time. It's really, the more I study and have to do word and concept studies in the realm of this Masoretic Hebrew, which all of it's in the realm of Masoretic Hebrew. You can't get around it for now. The more I realize how convoluted, because I used to say, well, you know, if there's a funky word in a passage or a verse, there might be another funky word in that passage or verse that's helping to support that bad word. And I wish it were only that tainted. The problem is there can oftentimes be half, more than half, or the entire verse full of dubious terminology. And honestly, I really wish I couldn't say that. I really wish I was just ignorant in saying that. I wish that I was saying that without a very good understanding of these things so that you didn't have to take it seriously. But unfortunately, I am one of the few, if not the only people who has a very good understanding of how dubious all of this is and is actually talking to you right now. Because trust me, there's plenty of other people that understand how mistranslated the entire Old Testament is. And most of the terminology is. But they have a very, very strong vested interest in not telling you about it. Unfortunately, I'm the only one right now who is, and boy, oh boy, is it a big job. It is, there's so much to it. I just started a study of the law, the very first commandment issued to Abraham regarding circumcision. And there's a lot of verses that actually have the word mul, circumcision, or orale, which is supposed to be foreskin or uncircumcision, in them. And I'm going through all of them and looking at all of the words involved. And it is to the point of depressing, like just disheartening, how far we might really be from understanding much at all regarding what the law really said when first penned. So my TOP alt translation, remember they're using this ma'er as haste up above. So the TOP alt translation, from here, or the area, remember here was one of those possible modern cognates to air, because it's like general area, here. From here, escape there. For I cannot do anything till thou become there. Therefore the name of the city was called Zor. From here, escape there, Zor. Or to the other area in a certain direction. They couldn't translate it that way, of course, because they would have to say from the mountain, and the whole idea is that they're not in a mountain. So, Genesis 22:2. Now, I did cover this in one of my TOP briefs, the Genesis 22 murder. So, this will be a little bit different, more brief than the briefs coverage. Genesis 22:2. And he said, Take now thy son, thine only son Isaac, whom thou lovest, and get thee into the land of Moriah, and offer him there for and they say burnt offering, and I literally put a strike through that because it's so revolting, upon one of the mountains, which I will tell thee of. So commentary, example of the ease with which area and mountain are swapped. Same with Genesis 22:14, and Abraham called the name of that place Jehovah Jireh, as it is said to this day, in the area of the Lord shall it be seen. It could easily just be swapped. Mountain of the Lord, area of the Lord. So as a quick note, burnt offering was scratched out in the preceding verse due to the dubious nature of ascribing burnt offering or death in general to the word ole. A word, by the way, a word also covered in this study, though listed separately from the ole here in question. This issue is covered at length in TOP, well, I just said that, episode 22, Genesis 22 murder. So yeah, I do cover that more when we get into supporting words. So there's two supporting words that we're going to be covering, ole and irad. And there is some serious issues with this ole and how it's used. Same with irad. So the TOP alt translation, and he said, Take now thy son, thine only son Isaac, whom thou lovest, and get thee into the land of Moriah, and offer him there for a burnt offering, not on one of the areas which I will tell thee of. Simple as that. That was put in there again just as another one of those illustrations of just how... And look, if I could, and again, I didn't, but there are scores of verses where you can just as easy as pie take mountain and replace it with area, or area. You could, if it were area in the first place, they could just replace that with mountain. Easy as can be. Even if all the surrounding text, as long as it wasn't specifically describing something that they had to deal with. It's just that easy. You need to understand how simple word swaps can be. You know, if we're talking about a noun, sometimes if we're talking about a verb or a descriptive, and oftentimes believe it or not, oftentimes it's not even that hard to swap groups of words. Now, sometimes it does get very hard depending on what the agenda is. And that is why we often have to see a word like, say, ol or ole in multiple different entries in Strong's, or within those multiple entries, it's translated a half dozen different ways. Which ought to be big red flag number 1, 2, 3. And just how out of their way they have to go. Not only in parsing these out into the different entries, but even within the same entry, you can have very, very different definitions of that same word. Okay, so let's go to Exodus 15:17. And this, of course, is in direct reference to what I was saying earlier about Canaan as a mountain. So it says, "Thou shalt bring them in and plant them in the mountain of thine inheritance." And he's talking about all of Israel. He's not talking about, like, if you can make the argument that, like, Judah's territory was mountainous because all those rocky hills in Palestine between the Dead Sea and really the plain, the dusty plain, out to the Mediterranean. No. And even all of where they say Judah's inheritance was in Palestine, it doesn't cover it. He's talking about all of Israel. The mountain of their inheritance. Look, you know, I've never been entitled. I haven't. I have acted unbecomingly at times in my life, but never felt entitled. Okay, let's establish that. However, I don't think I'd want to inherit a mountain. Unless it was just so loaded with resources, and I had some way of sustaining and building a great people to protect those resources and then use those resources to trade for other great resources. I wouldn't want to inherit a mountain. I would like very much if I were to inherit the strategic pinch point of certain waterways, like Lake Michigan to the Chicago River, to the Illinois River, to the Mississippi, or the city of Chicago, or again, the city of Detroit, or again, the Sioux, up between Lake Superior and the St. Mary's River, which is the only way that you can get through there in locks down into, well, whichever way you want to go. Or, for instance, the Wheeling Canal near Buffalo. So, Buffalo-ish, but really the not big cities around the Wheeling. Or, even bigger yet, how about Quebec City? Those are some good ones. New York City, that's a good one. Boston, Philadelphia. There's a reason these are big cities. There's a very good reason. I mean, for my money, I'd take something like that. So I haven't even read the whole verse. Alright, so plant them in the mountain of thine inheritance. He's talking about all of Canaan, all of Israel. In the place, O Lord, which thou hast made for thee to dwell in the sanctuary, O Lord, which thy hands have established. Okay. Document notes. This and a number of other passages indicates that Canaan, all of Canaan, is an heir. Not heirem, the plural, an air. It's a big volcano, which, according to the Establishment Biblical Lexicon, must be a mountain. A singular mountain. Not only does Palestine not fit this description, no land does. And furthermore, the biblical Canaan has many topographical features named and described outside of being a mountain. In a mountain, on a mountain, or purely mountainous. Canaan could be accurately described as a singular area, however. You understand what he's telling them. It could, with all of the topography and all of the various differences, and no matter how big. If air isn't mountain, and air is an area, and an area isn't defined, you would have to define it in context. Absolutely, of course, no problem. Canaan can be an area. So the TOP alt translation. Thou shalt bring them in and plant them in area of thine inheritance, in the place, O Lord, which thou hast made for thee to dwell in the sanctuary, O Lord, which thy hands have established. My goodness, that just takes away all of our problems, all of our worries about how we're going to live on this gigantic volcano. How about Exodus 24:4? And Moses wrote all the words of the Lord, and rose up early in the morning, and builded an altar under the hill, and 12 pillars according to the 12 tribes of Israel. The hill. That's how they're translating air here, the hill. Builded an altar under the hill. So, in document notes, H8478, tahat, under, is not used only as under or lower, but stead, instead, place, because, in the room of. A number of apparent prepositions could be referring to direction, not altitude. And the most frequent use of tahat besides under is for the succession of kings, or when one thing takes place in place of another. This makes us doubt that tahat is indeed under or beneath, but as used in an earlier TOP translation, instead, as in lieu of, or in its stead. It is reasonable when a word such as this appears about 250 times as under or beneath, and about 150 times as instead or in place of, because of conditions such as its frequent accompaniment of air. And it's reasonable to use in context describing one thing taking the place of another, to believe one of the two dominant renderings is correct or near correct, one or the other, because they're so different. That's what I'm saying. In this sentence, Moses built this mazabach, which they translate as altar, mazabach, which may or may not be a thing as small as an altar, as we would think of like an altar, which wouldn't be that big, basically. May or may not be a thing as small as an altar, or much larger. However, the way tahat can work here is that Moses built it in the stead of, or instead of the air, i.e., now there were or was a mazabak instead of an air. And we do not know how large or small the air or area being referred to in this particular passage was. There are also a number of terms used a great many times for base, foot of, or foundation. Unless you're thinking, well, the mountain, what we would think like Mount Sinai, Mount Horeb, it was tall, ascended up into the air, and he built it at the base, like near the base, So technically under, or if it was near but not on it, maybe, cross from, and if we can weave all sorts of different reasons and ways, maybe. But the thing is, there's plenty of terms for base, foot, foundation. There's H3653, kin, foot, base. There's H8217, shapel, low, base. H3247, isud, foundation or bottom. And there's many more. There's plenty of others that can refer to the base of, the foot of, the foundation of something. They're more appropriate if this were describing something at the base of, the foot of, the foundation of a mountain. And as with other examples of techat being used to make it appear as though a thing is beneath an air or mountain, this could not be under or beneath the mountain lest the mezbek altar were in fact underneath the footprint, as opposed to at its base. It would have to be underneath it. Kind of a bad altar, especially if you're burning animals for whatever reason. The idea of instead works far better here and elsewhere, and not only does the idea of techat as instead work better in the Old Testament, it works better in reality, as we're not told he is in a cavern which is physically beneath this air. Oh, one thing about these pronunciations, whenever we get to this, this is basically the H letter equivalent. You see here, and you'll hear me say k, k, k. There's been a lot of people who are like the anti-Jew people that say that pronunciation, they call it sort of a guttural. Okay. Well, here's the funny thing. I have every reason to believe that letter is mostly pronounced in a CH way. Either just like ch, or a little harder k, but maybe better ch. Maybe we could pronounce that techit, tashe, techit. We could probably pronounce the other one mizabach, mizebich. Why do I say that? Well, because for one thing, the way that I've found a number of these OBRY terms transliterated has either been with a hard CH, because there's a hard CH, even though it's a bit, in my opinion, it's a bit phonetically confusing. CH is a little bit more straightforward. Just think of the fact that even in English, what's the name for this OBRY equivalent's modern counterpart? Is it ha? It's not. It's not ha. It's H. H. You could name it itch, etch, uch, uch, ch, ch. That's its name. Even today, ch. That's the reason for those pronunciations. So how about the TOP alt translation? And Moses wrote all the words of the Lord, or Yahweh, and rose up early in the morning, and builded maybe an altar. Instead, the area, and 12 pillars, according to the 12 tribes of Israel. Instead of what area? Instead of what air? Sinai, Horeb? Well, not that we're told of in the text. The air. He built something where there was an air with nothing in particular there to note or to speak of. Instead of, he built this mazbak or mazbach and 12 pillars according to the 12 tribes of Israel. It works just fine. I would say it works better. So now we got Exodus 26:30. And thou shalt rear up the tabernacle according to the fashion thereof, which was shewed thee in the mount. Upon closer examination, this passage seems to have been changed a good deal to accommodate the idea of air as mount, in particular, to accommodate that idea. The text seems to indicate raising this mishkan, or tabernacle. Who knows if that's indeed a tabernacle, this mishkan, as a judgment seat. That's what the context seems to indicate, that it would be a judgment seat. H4941, meshpeth, used here as the fashion, occurs about 300 times as what? Judgment. And about 2 times, only 2 times, which should be less than 1%, as fashion. And only a few other times as custom. Now, for anybody who looks at the Hebrew words that are contained in the titles that we know the books of the Bible of today, they would understand that this shepath is actually used in the title of the book of Judges. Shepathim, or they call it, in Hebrew, they harden the th, they call it Shoptim, Judges. Sini, which is what we are led to believe the heir here is referring to, is not mentioned. It is only inferred by the translation. Same with the last passage we looked at. Etra'it is forced to become showed thee, though there is no k, u suffix. Now here, or not here nor anywhere in this verse. Now they come up with all kinds of clever ways. By the way, there are a number, well, not as many as I would have hoped, books that explain all of the different variations that they use to justify the possessive pronoun instead of keeping it simple and straightforward. They find ways to do this, and the thing is, when they don't find ways to do this, they say, well, we're just inserting this word because it just eases the readability of the passage. That's the kind of shit they do all the time. The T at the end is claimed as an indicative mood past tense, while ignoring the fact that the first word, which is ekomat, has the same structure but in past tense. This is enough to doubt this applied grammar. Genesis 41:39 renders showed thee from udio alayim autik, or mechanically, knowledge God at you. We have the second person k suffix on out. As well, Exodus 27:8 has era'e atek, or shewed thee, using the same person. This is the same perspective, same person. Atek, shewed thee. Deuteronomy 34:4 and elsewhere, the word era'it appears as era'etik, with that k at the end, cause thee to see, which is the form we should see the era'it in, instead of just as it is, era'it. If you want to put your at the end, it needs to be era'etik, or at least, if you gotta drop the yod or the y, at least have that k there. That second person k suffix, if the above verse is saying what is claimed. Era'it is used typically as the simple C. This in addition to the be'er, or in the mount above, instead of ol air, on the mount. Now that's according to them. That's according to them. Ol air, on or over. Not in, which has been touched on. If these issues are corrected, we would see something far closer to the following. Now, again, let me just say, sometimes you're going to see in these document commentaries, I'm basically staying within the set of their rules. I'm not saying I agree with these grammars, these rules, the way things are interpreted, and you're going to see something typically different in the TOP alt translation, such as we see here. Rear up the tabernacle as judgment to be seen by area. By what area? To be seen by area. By the area in question where everyone is staying, or where Moses is staying, or where this Mishkan, tabernacle, is. By area. And remember, I'm not using a's or these or of, so you're going to have to bear with me on that, because they're not implied in here. Not that I'm aware of. And not even in like the Masoretic and establishment, like translation rules. I just want you to keep that in mind. Okay, Numbers 13:29. The Amalekites dwell in the land of the south, and the Hittites and the Jebusites and the Amorites dwell in the mountains, and the Canaanites dwell by the sea and by the coast of Jordan. What we are seeing here is the greater number of tribes dwell ba'er. That's literally the word used, ba'er. Or, well, I'm going to say in area, or far more often, really by, as I said, works far better. By area. While the smaller amount dwell in peripheral zones. So we're seeing the greater number of tribes dwell ba'er, by the area, while the smaller dwell in peripheral zones. So we've got the smaller number of tribes, Hittites, Jebusites, and Amorites, excuse me, dwelling a little closer to the area than what we're going to see described as where the Amalekites and these others dwell. So like Eretz and Negeb, which translated the south, that would be the Amalekites. Ol Eyam, by the sea, that would be the Canaanites. And then Ol Yad et Irdan, by the coast of Jordan, which Ol should be over, not by. Anyways, because that's how they do things. What we will see in later passages is that some terms are related to us as though they are contrasting, co-equal, topographical features with air as mountain. However, those, as with this, are simply denoting the difference between Canaan proper and border, backwoods, and or peripheral areas. One will notice the way this is accomplished by the translators is by changing the singular air, as well as other terms, into the plural mountains, and that's exactly what they do here. This ba'er at best is in air or in mountain or by mountain. But of course they have to make it sound right, because it's bad enough that we're seeing things like the whole entirety of the land of Canaan as a mountain, like we saw in the earlier verse. That happens in a few different verses. They've got to all of a sudden change this singular air to mountains so that it doesn't sound insane. Now I added a note. This verse is also a good example of how ol roots are not indicating over or to ascend, as the ole portion of the study will indicate. So that's later on down the road. Later on down the road. Over or ascending, the hand of the Yarden, which they say coast now is hand. I had a real problem with yad being hand too, but that's for another time. So we'll look at the TOP alt translation. The Amalekites dwell in the land of the south, and the Hittites and the Jebusites and the Amorites dwell in area, and the Canaanites dwell by the sea and by the coast of Jordan. And we can just put by area. Sorry. Doing a little correction as I go, because this has been quite a hefty work. Right now it's about, I can't see it because of my my software is sitting right on top of it. I think it's about, honest to goodness, 75 pages. So I kind of, have to adjust as I go. Or even just dwell by area, nearer to than the others in contrast. Remember, language has undergone a lot of very unfortunate alterations in the last couple of centuries. Our old language, this OBRY language, and I think all languages really, except the languages spoken amongst themselves by the powers that be. Now, I made this one kind of special. This isn't as typical, this next entry. It's Numbers 14, 40 through 45. Oops, not that one. It's Numbers, basically, it's a bunch of different verses. So, the way they work is this. I'll kind of read them off to you as we go, and you can basically understand what I'm getting at in my notes once I do this, okay? Numbers 20:25, plus many other incidents of a flawless swap from mountain to area. Which, yes, I don't include a lot of those, but there's a good reason for this. So, Numbers 20:25, take Aaron and Eleazar his son and bring them up unto Mount Hor. Numbers 33:23, and they went from Kehelatha and pitched in Mount Shapher. Deuteronomy 1:24, and they turned and went up into the mountain and came unto the valley of Eshcol and searched it out. Deuteronomy 9:9, when I was gone up into the mount to receive the tables of stone. Deuteronomy 10:1, and at that time the Lord said unto me, hew thee 2 tables of stone like unto the first, and come up to me into the mount and make thee an ark of wood. So that was the second time he's going up into the mount. Deuteronomy 27:12, these shall stand upon Mount Gerizim to bless the people when you are come over the Jordan, Simeon and Levi and Judah and Issachar and Joseph and Benjamin. Deuteronomy 27:13, and these shall stand upon Mount Ebal to curse Reuben, Gad, and Asher, and Zebulun, Dan, and Naphtali. Deuteronomy 32:49, get thee up into this mountain Abarim unto Mount Nebo, which is in the land of Moab, that is over against Jericho, and behold the land of Canaan, which I give unto the children of Israel for a possession. Now there's a lot more like that, based on the subject, the reason that I wrote these verses down to begin with. Including all the trips Moses and various Israelites took up Mount Horeb and the quote-unquote mountain of Canaan and the quote mountain of the Amorites and others not here mentioned. How many mountains can all these regular people, like Moses, Aaron, the Israelites, etc., climb? These were mostly herdsmen and farmers, and as such were used to level ground. It takes some skill to get up a mountain without a path, and plenty of energy even with a path. Yet there are scores of apparent trips up these apparent mountains. The rest, along with previous passages of the Old Testament, give us the impression that Yahweh talks to anyone, anywhere. Mountains aren't a requirement. This isn't Zeus. So as a note, I inserted also Mount Nebo wouldn't likely be in Mount Abarim, but the area of Nebo could be within the area of Abarim, which is absolutely true. If you swapped the B and said, well, it's by Nebo, by Abarim, that would be okay if we're going to stick with that for the entirety of the Old Testament. I want that consistency. So, okie doke. But if we have one mount by the other mount, and that B usually indicates something quite close, we're going to have to be in a chain of mountains. It's just not frequent that you would have 2 bona fide mountains right up next to one another, or a mountain growing off another mountain. Most people would just consider that one mountain with possibly 2 peaks, a higher, lower, whatever. Either which way, say the area of Nebo by the area of Abarim works great. The area of Nebo in the area of Abarim works great. Doesn't work so great when air is, again, when air is mountain. Okay, so how about Deuteronomy 1:7? Turn you and take your journey and go to the mount of the Amorites, and unto all the places neither unto, in the plain, in the hills, so there it is again, as in the hills, and in the vale, and in the south, and by the seaside, to the land of the Canaanites, and unto Lebanon, unto the great river, the river Euphrates. So two techniques or two things they do to make the passage seem believable. That one, they ignore the lack of a you before the second air. Why is the you so important? I'll tell you why. You at the beginning of a word is the only thing that tells us that we, in a bona fide way, that's consistent over and over and over. That you is the only thing that can tell us that there is a separation of either a clause or a thing from what came before it, and it's giving us something in addition to or new after it. Now, I do not have all of the minutiae of the way that you works, but I do know that I have seen enough of a consistency of pattern to know that it is either you look for that you to separate and begin a new word or clause, because you can have those yous in between words or phrases within a clause, and then you to start the new clause. And if you say, well, how would we know? How would we know the difference between when you is maybe starting a new clause and when it's just separating words in clauses, like a comma would, or an and would, or an or would, or something like that? My answer to that is we need to know the language well enough to know the context of what is being said. So if most clauses are presented to us as essentially your basic subject predicate, okay? Let's just, for theoretically, because no matter how a language is structured, it has to accomplish a similar goal. It doesn't matter the language. It has to communicate what is on the mind of the communicator. Doesn't matter what language it is. It has to accomplish that. That's why I said, if we understood it well enough to where we could read and we knew here's the subject, here's the predicate. We knew it well enough to know that when there are nuances within a clause, we understand those. However, I also think that you is an important signal to let anyone know, even who understands the language very well, that there is a separation being done, either of objects or concepts within a clause, or clauses themselves. Okay, this is why I say this. So ignoring the lack of a you before the second air, that's really important because of the way they present this. So the second thing they do is they pluralize the second air. There's no plural in it. They pluralize it because they're misleading us. So no you before the second air makes it in the plain, in the mountain, which isn't believable. If they didn't ignore the fact that it's not there. You would have in the plain, in the mountain. And again, I'm using those ins according to their standards. So it's not believable. They insert a comma, and once again, there's no commas in OBRY. Sorry. Now there's yous, just as I just said. That could sort of act in that way, but there's no commas. And they can make us believe a whole lot of stuff that isn't necessarily so, just with the use of punctuation. They've been doing it. They do it really well. They really mindfuck us with commas, semicolons, colons, periods, capitals. None of this stuff exists in OBRY. It's not there. So I say once again, the whole land cannot be one mountain, because it would have to be as such as presented here in the text. That's why they force the air into the plural hills. So the TOP alt translation, turn you and take your journey and go to area the Amory. It's not Amorites, remember, it's Amory. This is why I've got that old paper. It should probably be revised by now. The land of Amory. The Amory. They're mentioned so many times that it's not beyond the realm of very safe theorization that, in fact, much of the greater area might have been known by many people for a very long time as the Eretz Amory. And that might have been how the land basically got known as Amory, like America. America. So, and unto all the places near it by the plain, by area, and by the vale, by the south, by the seaside, to the land of the Canaanites, and unto Lebanon, unto the great river, the river Euphrates. So what are we really seeing here? He's telling them to go to progress towards the Amory, and to all the places nearby the Oribe. The Oribe is a description of some kind of geotopo feature, whether it's confined to one thing or a number of things. By the area, by the Oribe, by the area, and then we start with the U's, and the Chapelet, and by the Chapelet, and by the Negeb. So that first part, by Oribe, by air, there's no U to separate those. They would have to be married together. That's why I said it would have to, according to their rules. According to their rules, it should read, in the plain, in the mountain. There's no plain in the mountain. So it always falls apart. When you start holding them to a consistent standard of grammar and syntax and terminology, what they've presented us, their translations fall apart. So Deuteronomy 8, 7, and 8. Actually, no, this should be just 7. I think I took 8 out, because sometimes I wanted an extra verse to augment. Okay, Deuteronomy 8, 7, and 8. For the Lord thy God bringeth me into a good land, into a good land, a land of brooks of water, of fountains and depths that spring out of valleys and hills, a land of wheat and barley and vines and fig trees and pomegranates, a land of olive oil and honey. Now, my in-document notes are a little simpler and a little different than something that I want to illustrate too here. First off, they change Bakot to the plural, valleys. Same with air to the plural. It's the singular. Air, singular. Mountain, according to them. Same thing with Bakoa, singular. It's not in the plural. They change them into plurals. But my in-document note, this appears as though it is describing deep springs that emanate from the Bakoa, or valley, and the air, mountain. And I already pointed out the plural problem. However, whether Bakoa is plain or valley, this may better read consistently as follows. Then I give the TOP alt translation. Now I do want to point something else out, of course. It's also this idea of the U to separate the clauses or the words, as I just went over, which we don't see here between these two verses. And because of that, they're able to do something like start the next verse, a land of wheat and barley and vines. We have a stop there. We got the semicolon. We don't have that in the actual text. We literally just have the bekoa, be'er eretz, chathe, shora, gapan. So, what's the issue? Well, the issue is, well, we do have the here, which might be starting a new clause or simply just a new small set of words within a larger clause, which is what I think it actually is. However, this be'er aretz chathe. The problem is, it should read, if they weren't inorganically putting in punctuation to make up for the lack of certain glyphs signaling certain things in the text, it should read, and in or by, air, and we'll stay with mountain, and in mountain land, hathe, wheat. They're saying wheat. And in mountain land, wheat. Well, wheat doesn't grow in mountain land, unless we're just talking about raised elevations. Also, if we contextualize that whole thing, it wouldn't make sense very, very well. So this is just one of many, 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 many examples where, and this is one of the real insidious things, is where they use capitalization and punctuation as well as verses to divide, let's say, a clause that would normally span 2, 3, maybe more verses. They separate it by just arbitrarily putting a new verse in. Or it could be 2 clauses that should be, technically, they should be separated. Even if it's just by a line, you know? You put the first clause on one line and then the clause in the next line. Or if we have to commit these to verses, a clause in the first verse and then the next clause would be in the next verse. I have oftentimes seen more than one clause jammed into, so 2 clauses, maybe 3 clauses, jammed into one verse and treated like one clause alone, separating what they want, where they want, how they want, with capitalization, punctuation, and verse breaks or verse combinations. They do the same thing with chapters, by the way. They do the same thing with chapters. So the TOP alt translation, for the Lord thy God bringeth thee into a good land, a land of brooks of waters, of fountains and depths that spring in plain/valley, and by area land of wheat and barley, and vines and fig trees and pomegranates, a land with olive oil and honey. Now, I accidentally left that of in there. Shouldn't be in there. Shouldn't be in there. So, yes, maybe you could say, well, this is just one of those verses where you can just illustrate how easily you can swap area for mountain. Well, not necessarily, because remember, again, they have to put that into the plural. I don't have to put mine into the plural. I don't have to put area into the plural. And as much as my use of by for the be prefix is better than in and almost gives them a pass, you have to remember they're keeping that in for that be prefix because it works for them in a lot of other contexts. That's why they're not using the far more utilitarian by. I don't help their case whatsoever here because remember they have to change the terminology from a singular to a plural just to begin to make their translations work. Okay, now Deuteronomy 12:2. Ye shall utterly destroy all the places wherein the nations which ye shall possess served their gods, upon the high mountains and upon the hills and under every green tree. There's a couple of things that should be pointed out here. any of these verses could take hours in and of themselves to unpack. So I'm just going to have to give you these little things as we go. So this alayim, which they translate as their gods, or them, for em, them, alai. So alai is not always gods. It is often translated really as just rulers, sort of like principalities, okay? That's important. And when you consider all the different ways that just the simple root al is translated, it's not just God, to or toward, and these, it's a little weird. But I promise you, Allah and alayim are oftentimes regarded, and you can see it in context, that it's talking about essentially principalities, rules, sovereignties, not anything spiritual per se, but oftentimes actual people, or not just people. How about this? Let's throw this one in there. Corporations, confederacies, rulerships, clans, governing bodies. Put whatever you want in. Keep that in mind. There's going to be two different alt translations that I go over here, but I'm going to offer a third one as well, just to chew on. Now, in my document notes, H7311 Ramim, which may be high or exalted, or it and its family may be the predecessors to our modern words, room, reem, rome, rim, denoting spaciousness, not height. Ramim. Either way, air never stands as a description of height on its own. So even if you want to keep ramim as something high, air still needs ramim for us to think of height in the text, in the context of the text. Also notice the presence of gebout, hills, which assures us that air, at least in this verse, must not be rendered as hill or hills, as it oftentimes is elsewhere when it better fits their agenda. So I'm going to give you the two alt translations. One using ramim as high like they do, and the other is broad. And then I'm going to give you a third possibility based on the wording that we see here, okay? So the first one is, ye shall utterly destroy all the places wherein the nations which you shall possess served their gods, upon the high areas, areas, or it would be like the areas, because I'm staying with their syntax, which is actually backwards. So the other translation would give us upon the vast areas, or the areas the vast, would be a more appropriate, staying with consistent syntax, the areas the vast. Or if you want, the areas the high, if you're stuck on ramim as high. Here's one more though. E'erim, if we stick with consistency, it should be for the definite article the. Erim, we can stick with areas. And then we get to the next word, mayim. Now, are we looking at the definite article, rim, as in broad or vast, im? Or rim could just be like the outer, the extent of, like rim, but I'm also saying it probably has to do with room or Rome. Either way, so is it that? Is it definite article, rim, and then the masculine plural, ym? Or is it a compound word telling us the area of waters? So starting the areas, mayim. The areas of what? The water area. and the hills. It's a possibility. But either way, in the end, when we get to the very end and we understand this language again, and it's going to be hard work. It's going to be hard work. This isn't going to be something that you can just sit back, not take seriously, look at it casually. I haven't been able to. Not since I started this. It's demanded work, sacrifice, and pain to get here. And anybody who really wants it and really wants this back and really wants to understand, that's what it takes. And I got a feeling that it's only the few who are really going to end up in a place of real, true understanding and blessing for the work and the sacrifice and the pain that this does take. This does demand. Why? Why does it demand that? Well, because first off, it's not free. It never was free. None of the blessings are free. This idea, this salvation as a free gift, you better really be looking sideways at stuff like that. And it ain't going to be free getting it all back. Our ancestors had it. They had it in what sense? That they understood this language being used to make the conditional, the very conditional agreements with them that were made. They weren't free agreements. They weren't getting all of this best land you could imagine, all these great resources. They weren't getting that for nothing. They got it with the promise of blessings if you keep the commandments, the statutes, the judgments my way. You're going to have to pay for them. And if you don't, you're going to have to pay for that. And your children are going to pay for that. Yahweh promised that. Your children are going to have to pay for your fuck-uppery. No, he didn't say fuck-uppery, but I don't know the language well enough to tell you 100%. Are you saying that God's crude? Well, actually, now that you mention it, yes, sometimes it appears that he uses language that is quite crude. Why does he do that? Really, for the same reason I often do it, to illustrate the ridiculousness of the behavior of the people that he's talking to. I don't think the word fuck-uppery existed back then, but I'm going to use it here because I think it's appropriate. When we get this all back, the few of us who have paid to get it back, we've paid. We put the work in. We put the pain in. When we get it back, and yeah, probably the people who do pay in pain and suffering and work and diligence and time will probably have the decency and the goodness, the righteousness and the benevolence to pass that out in the sense of here is the way that we can proceed. And I have to hope, dearly hope, that there are a lot of people who are willing to pay also. Pay how? Just like I just said. With your lives. Does that mean dying? No, it doesn't mean dying, per se. What it means is to live your life according to these better standards that were hard bought by others. To have the appreciation of that. You pay by living your life accordingly. Nothing is free. Nothing good is free. Somebody will give you a big lump of shit for free, but nothing good is free. And even when people give you something good, somebody paid for that. Probably them. Probably them. And it's very likely that that's the way it will go again. When this language and the understanding of all of this is reacquired by the few who paid for it dearly. Just like before. Just like before. And most people, all they wanted is the richness of the rewards of what they could gimme, convincing themselves if they went out and worked all the time and accumulated, that was theirs. Because that's all it takes to be a good person, is go out and work, and accumulate for you. And who gives a fuck what all the other people did that made this possible for me? What do they have to do with me? Maybe they should go out and do exactly what I did. They're too stupid to think about how they're literally living and operating within the blessings that others' hard sought, fought sacrifice has made an allowance for, an environment for them to operate in. Because they're fucking children. They are children. I don't care if they work all the time and they accumulate a lot. Children can work. Children can accumulate a lot. They're children. Anyone who doesn't have the sort of maturity to comprehend these sorts of things, concepts, their place in the world, the fact that all of their actions have effects on others, good or bad, those are children. If that's you, you're a child. That sucks. It sucks. It sucks for everybody around you. That's who it sucks for. Sucks for you too, but you're too stupid or childish to know how much it sucks for even you. But I don't really care how much it sucks for you. I care how much it sucks for everybody around you. Deuteronomy 32:22. For a fire is kindled in mine anger, and shall burn unto the lowest hell, and shall consume the earth with her increase, and shall set on fire the foundations of the mountains. That's right. A fire that will consume the foundations of the mountains. Now, in document notes, and listen here, because this is the truth. No one has ever seen the foundations of mountains on fire. One more time. No one has ever seen the foundations of mountains on fire. If this were referring to forests or fields around mountains, anyone would understand the forest or field were the important subject, not the mountain. Because of the language and subject as mountains, we would need to believe this to be a metaphor, which is not beyond them to say, oh, you mean that thing that's crazy, doesn't make any sense? Oh yeah, that's a metaphor. But there's nothing in the context of all of the surrounding verses or the passage telling us that that should be taken as metaphorical. They just tell us, it's an obvious metaphor, of course. Fire on the foundation of the mountains. Nothing in context tells us that whatsoever. It literally tells us. Because if we're going to accept that Erim is mountains, then the foundation of the mountains got to be on fire. So, we'd have to believe in a metaphor, and nothing in this context appears to be indicating that. It's literal. The context is indicating something literal. Are you going to say, well, what if the earth opened up and lava came up from under the earth and it set the foundation of the mountains on fire? All right, well, if you know about that happening, you got some really solid proof. of the foundations of a mountain. I'm not talking about a volcano. That's fire at the tippy tip. The foundations of the mountain on fire. And, you know, now that I think about it, they're not saying the base, the foot, the foundations. You show me the foundations of the mountains on fire. You've seen it. You've got proof. You show me that proof. Now, how about the TOP alt translation? I think it's better. Let's see if it's better. It reads, "For a fire is kindled in mine anger, and shall burn unto the lowest pit, and shall consume the earth with her increase, and set on fire the foundations of areas." Or the room. We could, you know what? Because we could, again, this RYM, same thing. Possible modern cognates, what? Room, ream, rim. I know I said one more. Rome. All of them being related, by the way. Could be definite article, the ream. The broad stretches. How about we call it that? The room. Can set on fire the foundation of either areas or the room. In context, it works okay. It works fine. Now, why did I say okay instead of kick-ass? Well, because this verse, like many others, is surrounded by other verses that have dubious terminology in them. But it works better than mountains. It works better than mountains. So how about Deuteronomy 32:49? Now, this place or concept that we see here, we saw earlier in just a parallel passage. And I did change this pretty quickly on the fly because, again, this is a work in progress. All of these examination verses, I think I've been over 4 or 5 times now because I learn new things as I go. I'll probably learn more about all this stuff a lot further on down the road. I hope so. So the text itself says, "Get thee up into this mountain, Abiram, unto Mount Nebo, which is in the land of Moab, that is over against Jericho. And behold, the land of Canaan, which I give unto the children of Israel for a possession." The land of Canaan. I wonder why it wasn't called Air like it is in other passages. But anyways. So we're to believe that Er Nebu is a mountain. Though, here's an interesting thing, and this happens a lot with a lot of other places. Though air is only used with Nebu here and in Deuteronomy 34:1, where it is written that it is Rosh Pisgah, the head of Pisgah, that is the thing or the place that Moses is on to provide sight. If indeed he's seeing with his natural eyes, which is that's a whole nother story right there. I don't give a shit how big a mountain is. You're not going to see. You're going to see some, but you're going to be really restricted at a certain point as far as what you can see. So I really think that there's a lot more that should be dove into regarding how much he saw. Anyways, now I did provide a note. There's no mountain, by the way. There are no mountains east of Jordan or the Dead Sea area if we want to stay in Palestine or the Levant. See, all of that, it's tableland, if you want to call it that, even. And the only reason it is because the Dead Sea's so damn low. It's not mountains. There are these very dishonest, quote-unquote, explorers that wrote these books about this place in the 1800s that described across the Dead Sea the mountains in the land of Moab that rise over the sea. They don't rise over the sea. The Dead Sea is like a quarter mile plus below sea level. They're not rising. They're just there. They're just rocky, uneven, treacherous land is what exists there. And no mountains. No mountains over there. So the TOP alt translation, get thee up into this area, Abiram, unto area Nebo, which is in the land of Moab that is over against Jericho, and behold the land of Canaan, which I give unto the children of Israel for possession. Not a problem. This is a big takeaway. No matter what. No matter some of the other notes that I put in there, no matter some of my consistencies of grammar and terminology I insist on that maybe sometimes can actually even help their case. Like when I use by for the be prefix instead of in, that sometimes actually helps their case. You kind of wonder why they didn't do that, but I explain that. Always, when I insert area instead of mountain, always helps to make the text far easier in the sense that there's not all of these problems of coherence and is this reasonable? Once we take it from mountain to area, all of these passages become far simpler, easier, more understandable to work with. That should be a huge, strong takeaway in all of this. Deuteronomy 33:2. And he said, the Lord came from Sinai and rose up from Seir unto them, and he shined forth from Mount Patron. Here Moses appears to forget that both Sinai and Seir were specifically linked with an air or mountain, and links Paran, which is never linked to a mount, with a mount. Air, Parn, or Paran as they transliterate it, however, would be appropriately described as an area. Air, Parn, area, Parn. As it was the wider area around Kadesh. And it was. We can see that in, starting in Numbers, because there are areas around Kadesh where Israel ends up staying for 38 years because of the coward spies and a lot of the older generation. The older generation of Israel, when they came out of Mitzrayim, sucked. They sucked. They were boomers. It's what they were. Think I'm being harsh on boomers? No. Read it. Even with shoddy and questionable translation, they were boomers. The older generation, they would have rather gone back to Mitzrayim and had all of their comforts and quote-unquote security than to come in this far better land, take on these responsibilities of the agreements that Yahweh was going to make with this entire nation. They just wanted their comforts and their stability. That's what the boomers want. They are willing to trade away the future of their children, their grandchildren, their great-grandchildren for their own comforts. These rapture-obsessed, selfish children. There, again, children. I worked my whole life. I'm responsible. Calling me a child. Yes, calling you a fucking child. Because all of your actions show that you love the state. You love that state titty, and you're irresponsible. All you think about is your own fucking entertainment and luxury and things. And you, boomer, are exactly who would want to go back to Mitzrayim for all of the things that you could have there. So Patron, or Parn, was one of the places around Kadesh. It even describes Kadesh as in the area wilderness of Parn, in the wilderness of Tsan, because these were probably various wildernesses around the area of Kadesh where they stayed. However, I will tell you, Parn is never, ever linked with or described as a mountain. Any other description of it makes it, for one thing, sound far too big to be a mountain. And again, want to go back to this. They should be describing Sini as a mountain. It's not there. Same thing with Shoir or Sair. Should be an not there. But somehow the one that's never described as an or mountain, somehow all of a sudden it is by someone who should know, Moses. Nope. It's all ass backwards. So the TOP alt translation, and he said, the Lord came from Yahweh, came from Sinai, Sini, and rose up from Shoir unto them. He shined forth from area Parn. That's all. Because that's where they started when they came to make war on Canaan and everybody in between. Parn. Not the mountain, the area. Okay, so Joshua 2:16. And she said unto them, get you to the mountain, lest the pursuers meet you, and hide yourself there 3 days, until the pursuers be returned, and afterward may you go your way. This is another example of the E suffix being deemed as quote-unquote to, applied not to the next word, but the word it's attached to. Of course, this rule is very awkward herein, since only one word before ere, there is a word using the common L prefix for to, to them. If is used as area, however, instead, Rahab appears to be telling the spies to go and lose themselves in the greater area, and vast areas are very difficult to canvass for only 2 men. And the thing is, we don't know how massive a place this it's like Yirku or Yirchu, I-R, sometimes it's spelled I-R-Y-H-U. So whatever, we don't know how massive a city, if it was a city like we think of cities today, or if it was something bigger than that. What do I mean? Well, I guess, was it just a city? Or was it like a massive urban sprawl? I think one of the best comparisons I have for anyone who has been to, traveled around, looked at, to appreciate the sheer size of Grand Rapids. Like, it's not Grand Rapids itself. Like, as a city, it's not that impressive. Like, it's just not. You go to any other city, big city, and the amount of, like, tall buildings Grand Rapids has and all that, it's, no. But the urban sprawl all around Grand Rapids is ridiculous. Like, how far it goes, okay? We don't know where they were in this Jericho or Yirchu. And we don't know exactly what we don't know. She doesn't say in the Midbar, the wilderness. She said, the text itself says, Ut amr laem, to them, ere laku. She says, go travel, get out, go travel the area so that they don't find you, like lose yourself. Well, maybe she was just talking about the greater Jericho area. Not to the mountains like this, the mountain. It doesn't need to be. If we look at air as area, it doesn't need to be. You think about, like, for instance, and that's exactly how a lot of cities, the sprawl all around it is described. Like Chicagoland is not necessarily the city itself. It's all that the wreath encompassing Chicago, the area. That's what she says. You could lose yourself in all that. Go lose yourself. The TOP translation, she said unto them, the greater area, travel it, lest the pursuers meet you, and hide yourself 3 days until the pursuers be returned. Afterward, may you go your way. You're really locked into something if she's saying the general mountain, whatever. Where are you going to hide? Where are you going to hide? At the mountain. And if this was back in the times that we're led to believe, aren't they going to have to, like, are they going to need wood, like build a fire? Or they shelter themselves or something? And if it happened in Palestine, the little rocky hills west of where they say Jericho in Palestine was, I don't know. If there was enough armed guards and they were intent on finding these guys, shit, they could probably just track them. Because there's very little traffic, because the place sucks, that's why. There'd be very little traffic between the Jericho and the Rocky Hills to the west. But if it's just the area, and this is a great urban center, and a lot of sprawl all around it, and she just says, lose yourself. In the area. What area? This area! Not a bad idea. So Joshua 10:6. This one actually includes kind of another mare, because it was in there, and there was already an error in this verse. And the men of Gibeon said unto Joshua, to the camp to Gilgal. They sent to Joshua to the camp in Gilgal, saying, slack not thy hand from thy servants, come up to us quickly, that's the Ma'ereh, and save us, and help us, for all the kings of the Amorites that dwell in the mountains are gathered together against us. Okay. Document notes. This well demonstrates the consistent reoccurring problem in many verses already listed under H2022, many not highlighted herein, where in air appears in the singular while receiving a plural translation, because it must in order to make sense. And of course here they also added the in. There's no prefix here. It would be, the only prefix we have here is like definite article. The, singular, air, the mountain, all these people that dwell in the mountain. That is a reoccurring thematic problem. So air does have a plural, which we've already seen, erim, or perhaps erim, the mountains, if we're going with mountains. Air is also presented with no B, as I just said. If this were area, it would read, if this were area instead, it would read the Amorite kings inhabiting the area. And regarding the kings referred to here, found listed in verse 1 through 5, so just prior to this verse. So Joshua 10:5, therefore the 5 kings of the Amorites, the king of Jerusalem, the king of Hebron, the king of Jarmuth, the king of Lachish, the king of Eglon, gathered themselves together, went up, they and all their hosts, and encamped before Gibeon and made war against it. Though one may argue that Hebron and Jerusalem are in the mountains, or as with text with air often state are mountains, as we saw in that list earlier, Jarmuth, Lachish, and Eglon, they are listed in as H8219 Chapley Valley. They're listed as in the valley in Joshua 15, 33 through 39. So not even a different book. 5 chapters later in the same book, they're listed as in the Chapley, the valley. They cannot be both from the valley and mountain dwellers at once. These places cannot all be one mountain either. Therefore, air becomes mountains plural in the establishment translations. This verse also contains H4120, ma'ere, as the adverb quickly, a contraction of time or space. M from era, greater area of time and or space. It cannot read ma'ere from the mountain, as we just saw in Deuteronomy 33:2, since Joshua is in Gilgal, which isn't described as a mountain, and there isn't any way to harmonize make haste or quickly with mountain. However, geographically, ma'er means away from the area. Therefore, ma'er can temporally mean away from or dilated time or quick. Could. It could also mean from the area. But they have to make these things work to make their agenda passable. So the TOP alt translation, and the men of Gibeon sent unto Joshua to the camp to Gilgal, saying, slack not thy hand from thy servants. Come to us quickly. I left quickly because that's fine. Could work. And save us and help us, for are gathered together against us all the kings of the Amorites that dwell in the area. Go figure. In the area. All right, so Joshua 11:16. You're going to love this one. So Joshua took all that land, the hills, and all the south country, and all the land of Goshen, and the valley, and the plain, and the mountains, mountain, singular, and the mountain of Israel, and the valley of the same. The assumption being exploited is that kol e'aretz eza'ath e'er isn't one descriptive expression. Now that's the first time we see air. Oops. Got the wrong kind of T in there. I was wondering about za'ath because I haven't seen that word much. Za'at. There you go. That it isn't one descriptive expression, i.e. that all the land, that area. So that would be the one consistent expression made up of those 4 words. The reason to think it is one descriptive expression are the placements of the at. One before the expression with e'er, one before kol e'negab, all the south country, kol eretz e'geshan, all the land of Goshen, e'shaplei, the valley, e'orebe, the plain, and er Ishral u shaplate, the mountain of Israel and the valley of the same. Of course, I'm still using their terminology. What we are seeing in a nutshell is Joshua took all the area of that land just in focus in the text, all the peripherals then named, and all the area of Israel and Shaplate listed as H8219 Chapley Valley. However, it is a different word. When you have the T at the end followed by an E, there's reason to believe that it is at least slightly different, if not quite different. Now, the Er Israel part is because much of the land features and cities we are seeing in chapter 10 and 11 are to be found in Judah, Benjamin, maybe Simeon. So the writer includes all the other areas of Israel in a broad sweeping statement covered in the next point. If the translators stuck with consistency, we would read, ... took all the land, the mountain, and all the south, and Mount Israel. If they were just staying grammatically consistent. And then we'd say, what is Mount Israel, and which mountain is the mountain? Which is the problem? Is it the mountain we just disproved from Joshua 10:6? Is it Debir and Libnah, Joshua 10:38 through 40? Is it the mountain the kings of the north are in, Joshua 11:2? Is it the mountain hosting the Amorite, Hittite, Perizzite, and Jebusite, Joshua 11:3? Of course, mountain, it does not work. Because they don't specify which. How are we to know? Area, or a similar term, does work. It works very well in here, as you'll see. The TOP alt translation. So Joshua took all the land, that area, and all the south country, and all the land of Goshen, and the valley, and the plain, and the area Israel, and the valley of the same. Works well. Now Joshua 11:17, even from the Mount Halak that goeth up to Seir, so they forgot Mount, even unto Balgad in the valley of Lebanon under Mount Hermon, and all their kings he took and smote them and slew them. Now here we see Mount Halak, or Eule, that goes up to Seir, which is supposed to be a mountain as well, from Joshua 12:7. This cannot mean up north, because Seir is supposed to be south and Lebanon north. Below, Bekot appears as either valley or plain, as it does elsewhere, and Tachat appears as instead, as in unto Balgad, near the Lebanon, instead of area or Mount Hermon, as Balgad appears to be near both places. So this use of Tachat is to make the description more specific geographically. So in the alt translation, from the area dividing the whole Seir even unto Balgad in the valley or plain of Lebanon, instead area Hermon, and all their kings he took and smote them and slew them. One thing for anyone who might say, well, wait a minute, that's Halak, and that's supposed to be a proper name because it's going to be listed as a proper name in Strong's, not as a common noun. Again, that is an arbitrary establishment designation. If we go and look at their common nouns, Halak oftentimes means divide, apportion, things like that. All right? So, who's to say that they're not starting right near where Seir ends, is bordered, unto Balgad, which would be quite a distance from one to the other. It would be covering a great geographical area, instead of arbitrarily designating this Halak as an actual place, Mount Halak. And again, I demonstrated this earlier when I went through that list of mountains, how common names could be proper names and vice versa. Okay, then we got Joshua 11:21, which relates to Joshua 12:7. And at the time came Joshua and cut off the Anakim from the mountains, from Hebron, from Debir, from Anab, and from all the mountains of Judah, and from all the mountains of Israel, Joshua destroyed them utterly with their cities. In order to make this establishment translation work, the translators have to keep all heir herein in the plural, because they're all in the singular in the text. Although they do not appear in the plural form, however, these singular occurrences of heir work very well if we adjust to area. No plurals or extra definite articles are required. They also put in extra definite articles that weren't in the second two. I did not red highlight them there because they weren't part of the word. I mean, I could, just so that the future reader might know they're not part of the word. There's no definite article. TOP translation. And at that time came Joshua and cut off the Anakim from the area, from Hebron, from Debir, from Enab, and from all area Judah, from all area Israel. Joshua destroyed them utterly with their cities. No problem. Thank you. Joshua 12:8. In the mountains. I forgot to redden that. In the mountains and in the valleys and in the plains and in the springs and in the wildernesses and in the south country, the Hittites, the Amorites, and the Canaanites, the Perizzites, the Hivites, and the Jebusites. So yeah, we're coming right in the middle of a thought here, but this goes along with Joshua 11:16 seen earlier. Herein it would appear that heir is a topographical feature. That's how it appears. That's how they're making it appear. Features in plural, actually, because they pluralized it again. And they added a definite article, which wasn't there. It would have to be in mountains. How about by mountains? All right. Because what they're doing is they're trying to make it seem like it is a topological feature, topographical feature, and that it's contrasted against these other things. Chaplay, valley, Orebe, plains, Ashdut, springs, Midbar, the wilderness, Negeb, the south country. However, these are names/descriptions of specific places. The Chaplay is associated with geography in or near Judah. The Orebe is also in and near Judah, and also Moab, and I believe it's also mentioned near Adum or Edom too. Maybe other places I'm not even thinking of right now. This Orebe. It's quite a place, or places, in fact. Ashdut, it's the same. Possibly a mass noun. We always have to consider mass nouns, the possibilities of mass nouns like, we'll say something like Abut, as in ancestors, but it's not necessarily the plural. Why? Because Ab is masculine. You don't put what they call a feminine suffix, ut, on that masculine noun. It's making a mass noun is what it's doing, Abut. So, Midbar, that's a mass noun. Negeb is a direction and a mass noun. These aren't topological features along with mountain, but names/descriptions of defined places/geographies. This would be clear if no definite article was added, which isn't in the text. It's not in the text. They're putting it in there. As well as the plurals added. They're putting the plurals in there too. Mass nouns don't tend to have plural suffixes. Also not in the text. The following is presented along with the part of the verse 7 for context here. So I'm going to start with 12:7 and to 12:8 in the TOP alt translation. Which Joshua gave unto the tribes of Israel for a possession, according to their divisions, in area, and in valley, and in plain, and in springs, and in wilderness, and in south, the Hittites, the Amorites, the Canaanites, the Perizzites, the Hivites, and the Jebusites. No problem. Joshua 13:6. All the inhabitants of the hill country, from Lebanon to, I hate this word, It's so easy here. It's Masherapt Mayim. Masherapt Mayim. But they got Misrefoth Maim. Now again, Er is the hill country, not the mountain. Should be the mountain. It's the hill country. Why? Because if not, this would be a singular mountain from Lebanon to wherever Misrethoth Maim is. And especially in the Levant, they can't point to a singular mountain from somewhere in Lebanon to wherever they want to tell us that this Misrethoth Maim is. I hate that. It's like, I think that might be one of the worst transliterations in the Bible. So the TOP alt translation, all the inhabitants of the area from Lebanon unto this horrible transliterated word. Again, no problem. Joshua 13:19. And Kirjathaim and Sibmah and Zareth Shahar in the mount of the valley. This one's a special one. This is one of my favorites. Very close to my heart. It's translated this way because a literal translation would read, in Mount the Valley. Or, hey, you know what? We can by Mount the Valley. It doesn't help. Be'er omek. It's literally saying, in or by er the omek. By Mount the Valley. Mountains are not typically named or described as valley. And even the current translation doesn't make sense. Mount of the valley? No mountains known of are either of the valley nor in the valley. Even if you want to change omek to plain, just as bad. Doesn't matter. Sucks. TOP alt translation. And Kirjathaim and Sibmah and Zareth Shahar in area, the valley or plain. Doesn't matter. It's better no matter what we do with omek. It's better. Joshua 14:12 and 13. Now therefore give me this mountain, whereof the Lord spake in that day, for thou heardest in that day how the Anakim were there, and that the cities were great and fenced. If so be the Lord will be with me, then I shall be able to drive them out as the Lord said. And Joshua blessed him, and gave unto Caleb the son of Jephunneh Hebron for an inheritance. Now, if one wishes to call the rocky land west of the Dead Sea mountains, Hebron is in a low spot or basin, and is part of the chain of the rocky hills running from halfway up the length of the Palestinian Jordan from the Dead Sea to Tiberias. Besides imagining Caleb would actually request the mostly barren place called Hebron in Palestine, it's difficult to imagine anyone choosing a mountain or mountainous location for their ancestral lands as opposed to good, low, even, well-watered land. The TOP alt translation, now therefore give me the area this, whereof Yahweh spake in the day, for thou heardst in that day how the Anakim were there, so on and so forth. No problem. Now Joshua 15:48. This is slightly redundant, but it all has a purpose. And in the mountains, Shamir and Jatir and Soko. After the, quote, and in the mountains, 39 cities and places are named. So this is like, this is a chapter that names this enormous amount of places in the territory of Judah, which it's so fascinating to me because Judah wasn't that big, and I think the thing that separated them in a way was based on the narrative, it seems that Judah, along with Simeon, decided to go and just take, as opposed to waiting for a certain allotment of land. I don't know if they went, like, because it seems like the survey was done after all this. And I have to wonder if what happened was Judah took a certain portion of the land that was not necessarily bigger, but was in an area that was dense in cities. Not that it didn't have an appropriate amount of, for instance, farmland and grazing land, but when you add up the amount of cities that Judah had that's named, just in Joshua 15, it is far, far, far more, just in number, than what they can claim as far as like little pissant villages in Palestine. All of Palestine, today's Palestine. Which, by the way, today's Palestine would have to be much bigger in area than what they claim it was at this time, the people who claim this happened in Palestine, because today's Palestine stretches from below the Gaza Strip down to the Gulf of Aqaba and then up to the Dead Sea, which would have been far more territory. And there are essentially, they say, agricultural settlements down there. Not impressive. But there's 39 cities and places. They're named after this in the mountains, which, by the way, it's OBRY. It's in the singular. Some are elsewhere called air. So some of those places that are named after all this, the OBRY, are named at other times as mountains themselves. Oh, air. As air themselves. Which, for instance, Hebron or Carmel. Some are described as valleys at other times. These places that are supposed to be in the mountain. And other topographical features like Jezreel elsewhere, valley. And even if not, 39 places, now get this, 39 places in one air being mountain. Because it is air in the singular, just like I said. 39 places. In the mountain. 39 places in the mountain. Not the mountains! So, you know, for those who would like to kind of think over to, well, there's tons of places in the Appalachians. There's tons of places in the Rockies nestled in the mountains. That's not what we're talking about. In Joshua it says, in the air. That's singular. Not a ream. It's not describing a chain. It's describing a singular feature. So the TOP alt translation, and in area, Shamir, Yatir, Shoko. Now, if you ask me, well, John, you know, sometimes when you give these alt translations, and we just see this area, and we see some of these descriptives, especially in Joshua, that say, and in the area, or in the air, in the Chaplay, in the Negeb, in the Orebe. Well, why would they even give air and then give things like Chaplay if that was a valley or a plain? Or Orebe if that was a plain? Because they switch all of these up. Or let's say Negeb South or whatever. Why would they have area? Because if area is more general, and those things are more specific, why would they be sort of side by side? Now, one reason I would give, and keep something in mind, I did not go to the nth degree at translating every single word of these passages. Which, by the way, a lot of times, it would be appropriate to translate every single word. Now, oftentimes I did have to cross-reference a lot of words within the passage to get a good idea of what the context should be, as opposed to the establishment translation. But what my answer would be to that is, sometimes there does appear to be the possibility in those passages that we're talking about a certain juxtaposition between air and those other features. That's one thing, possibility. The second thing is that air, if we think of it as a protraction, a temporal or spatial protraction, undefined, there could be a pause in my dialogue, in my narration for this video, and sometimes there are. Those pauses could be brief for a short punctuated emphasis. Those pauses could be long because I want you to reflect on what I just said. Those are both spaces. Those could both be considered in the temporal air. Again, here in the spatial. The air oftentimes could be denoting large portions of spacious area, or the heart of, something like that, as opposed to midbar, wilderness, which I'm going to be honest, I'm not 100% that midbar is wilderness. I do know, yes, according to a number of the context that it's found in, it sure seems that way. It does. So I'm not saying it's not. But up until not that long ago, I thought, based on all of the contexts, that air was mountain. I guess we're going to have to see how it goes as time goes on. Now, Joshua 17, 15, and 16. And why are there so many of these passages, especially in Joshua? Well, we had them from Genesis to Deuteronomy, but we got a lot in Joshua. Because if you're looking into, you want some technical specifics, you want to look heavily from Genesis, and you're not going to get as many technical specifics in Leviticus, and you really have to pick up at pockets in Exodus and Numbers and Deuteronomy. Lots in Genesis, lots in Joshua, a pretty good deal in Judges. More than you would think in 1st and 2nd Samuel. And then, of course, just little pockets here and there then as you go. But, of course, so much about Joshua is describing the land of Canaan. So there's going to be a ton in the book of Joshua. So it reads, "And Joshua answered them, If thou be a great people," this is concerning Ephraim or Ephraim, "then get thee up to the wood country, and cut down for thyself there in the land of the Perizzites and of the giants. If Mount Ephraim be too narrow for thee." And the children of Joseph said, "The hill is not enough for us. And all the Canaanites that dwell in the land of the valley have chariots of iron." Because that matters. "Both they who are of Bethshean and her towns, and they who are of the valley of Jezreel." All right. So first they call it mount, then they call it hill. But keep in mind, Ephraim's inheritance is frequently referred to as Er Ephraim. So, in establishment talk, Mount Ephraim. Now, from this, we must believe that all Ephraim got as an inheritance was a mountain. One mountain, Er Ephraim, and a so-called mountain in tiny Palestine, no less. It's not difficult to imagine how a mountain, as your only inheritance, would be inadequate. But we know Ephraim was extremely populous, more than all the others, yet they got a mountain. Or according to the Establishment Translation, the hill in verse 16, though mount in verse 15. The descriptions of Ephraim's territory in Joshua 16, 5 through 8 don't sound like one big mountain. They sound like a lot of land with a lot of features. In 17:18, Joshua says they will inherit Air, mountain, Aparim, and the Eor, or wood. And in verse 16, we see valleys and multiple places mentioned. These, one can only assume, were all the valleys around Ephraim's one mountain. Said in a very cheeky way there. So let's see if the TOP alt translation sounds a little better. And Joshua answered them, If thou be a great people, then get thee up to the wood country, and cut down for thyself there in the land of the Perizzites and of the giants. If area Ephraim be too narrow for thee. And the children of Joseph said, The area is not enough for us, and all the Canaanites that dwell in the land of the valley have chariots of iron, like it would matter. Both they who are of Bethshean and her towns, and they who are of the valley of Jezreel. Well, what would that matter? You only got Mount Ephraim. You didn't get valley anything. See? Area always fits better than mountain. Oh, and you want to know something? Here's why I really like when I can find what seem to be extremely reasonable modern English or quasi-modern English matches for these words, because so often it makes so much sense of the text. I'm going to give you a couple examples, because right now I have started a very earnest and in-depth study of the law. And I have to start with so-called circumcision, because that's the first commandment we really see. Covenantal sort of commandment, but really the first commandment. So as I'm going through this, I'm looking at the words in the text. And as an experiment, and this will be refined as I go, but as an experiment, I'm looking at these words and I'm seeing, are there any modern or quasi-modern English terms that can be at least somewhat closely and still work in some kind of quasi-coherent way, because there are, of course, different forms that a word can take, so sometimes those things have to be adjusted. So, and I find so often now, just in this first part of that study, have I found modern English or quasi-modern English terms that match beautifully and actually are helping me to understand the way that the glyphs would work or possibly work within these words. So, a couple of quick examples. There's the word ma'ad, M-A-D. Now, I put those apostrophes in there because I kind of got into the habit of it a while ago, because I did not want, I wanted to avoid things like diphthongs and sort of improperly rushing through words where I believed that the pronunciation of each glyph was important. So this is spelled M-A-D. Now, the thing is about M-A-D, and I'm going to show you while we're talking about it, give you an idea of what I mean. Okay, so M-A-D, it's usually translated as very or greatly. Very or greatly. So they might say that somebody had something, possession, and they would augment that with this word mad. M-A-D. And I thought about it, I'm looking at it in context, and it suddenly occurred to me, wait a second. If we go back a little bit and look into more antiquated uses of some of these words, mad, it doesn't just mean crazy or angry. Mad actually oftentimes means abundant or great. And actually, some people who use more common lingo will say something like, you've got mad skills. Well, the thing is, it's not like they've redefined the word. You can find mad in the dictionary in a more antiquated use of it as abundant or great. Mad. How about just a couple more to give you an idea of why this is done and why I am doing this, and how you can look at these words and try to start kind of thinking what would be, and if you find what seems to be good matches for these words, let me know. I'll include them in the ongoing exhaustive OBRY biglyph roots table that I'm working on here, that I will be publishing at the site soon. I've got this whole slew of these tool documents that I'm trying to get good enough, and they're not going to be done, but to work with so I can publish them on the site. Those are going to be available for free. Because I have paid the time to produce them. The reason that they're going to be made available like that is because I really want people who are interested in this to take advantage of all of this work that I've invested and do something with it. But let's say something like the word pen. Now, once it's translated as corner, 121 times as lest. And don't mind the E. Whenever they put that E on the end, trust me, every time I look at it in the text, I oftentimes find it without the E. That is just an article that, as I've said many times before, can sometimes soften or feminize it. So anyways, 141 times pun as turn or look. And then we have it again as a corner or to corner. To corner, because it's sometimes used as a verb. So if you just go ahead and throw an A between the P and the N, what do you got? Pan. You've got pan. And what happens when you pan? When you pan, you turn about your face. To pan. How about the word that's used as north? Sapun. Sapun. Well, if we don't keep these all separate, but we do kind of press them together a little bit, you would get span. Because that PUN has a great deal to do with these PNs. Sometimes it's actually presented as tsa, pa, n. Spen. Spin. Span. Spun. Don't think they don't have anything to do with pan. They have everything to do with pan. See where I'm going with that? So there's a reason why anytime I can find modern and quasi-modern, especially English, strangely enough, you'll find more of them in English than you will in Gaelic or German or Proto-Indo-European, and I think there's a very reasonable explanation to why that is that I'm not going into right at this moment. Okay, back to it. Joshua 18:16. And the border came down to the end of the mountain that lieth before the valley of the son of Hinnom, and which is in the valley of the giants on the north, and descended to the valley of Hinnom, to the side of Yebusi on the south, Jebusi on the south, and descended to Enrogel. This is, for one, a lot of declensions. Declensions, as it's described. With Jebusi, or Jerusalem, and Zion being described elsewhere as air or mountain, one would think we'd be seeing ascensions as well. The translators also change where irad, as they put it, descend, is placed in the order of syntax, which is covered elsewhere. I cover Ole and Irad elsewhere. But it's interesting to know where the end of the mountain technically is. One must wonder why Gi, G-I, remember that first verse we went over, all those G words that would indicate height? One must wonder why G, or valley, is in another valley, being Omak, which we've gone over a couple of times, and whether or not both the Gi, valley, as they say it, and Er, mountain, are in the Omak valley, as this may very well be the case from a literal reading. If we just read it literally, it would sound so bizarre. So here's a simple TOP translation. And the border came down to the end of the area that lieth before the valley of the son of Hinnom, and so forth. That's all. Came down to the end of the area that lieth before the valley, if you want to call it a valley. And the problem is, because we have Irad here, which they want to say is come down, and valley here, which is Gi, and all those words that we saw with that G accent are referring to something that's typically high. Joshua 19:15, 50. According to the word of the Lord, they gave him the city which he asked, even Timnath-serah in Mount Ephraim, and he built the city and dwelt therein. So relating also to Joshua 17, 15, and 16, we went over, and many other Mount Ephraim passages, there are a lot of cities or places in this one mountain. Must be big, really big, with plenty of fresh water and grasses, and good soil, and ease of travel to and from this singular mountain. But how does it sound in the TOP Alt translation? According to the word of Yahweh, they gave him the city which he asked, even Timnath-serah in area Ephraim, and he built the city and dwelt therein. My, does that sound... It sounds nice. That TOP Alt translation, it's soothing. It's soothing to my mind. So Joshua 21:11. And they gave them the city of Arba, the father of Anak, which city is Hebron, in the hill country. They literally make that little word into in the hill country of Judah, with the suburbs thereof round about it. So they changed the simple Hebron in Mount Judah to Hebron, because here it says Haberun Be'er Eudeh. They changed it. Hebron in the hill country of Judah. Likely because Hebron itself is called an Er elsewhere. We saw that. So it can't be Hebron the mountain and in Mount Judah. Hebron the mountain can't be in Mount Judah at once. Okay, the TOP Alt translation. And they gave them the city of Arba, the father of Anak, which city is Hebron by area Judah, with the suburbs thereof round about it. Now, does it help the establishment's use of mountain in the place of air, because I am sticking to my guns and translating the B prefix as by? Does it help if we say the city is Hebron by area Judah, or by, let's say, by Mount Judah? How about that? Well, what if, okay, elsewhere, Hebron is referred to as an air, quote-unquote mountain, so maybe this actually helps. It helps the establishment's case. It doesn't help the establishment's case at all. Why? Because, first off, rendering air as mountain still makes all of Judah a mountain. And literally it has to be called that in various places. All of Judah a mountain, all of the inheritance of Israel, so all the other tribes who aren't Judah and Simeon, a mountain. Ephraim, a mountain. It doesn't help. It doesn't help. But why would they say here that Kebron or Hebron, Chibron, by area, Judah. Wasn't Hebron in Judah? Sort of. Sort of. Hebron, based on all of the various descriptions, is actually very close to borderlands. It's close to borderlands of either the Philistines, or like, for instance, it was all inhabited by these Anakim, which were friendly with the Philistines, and it might actually be close to, trying to think, because the Canaanites would have had territory still even after they took all this. But the point is that this Chibron or Hebron was close, very close, to the territory of other nations. So by saying by the area of Judah, that would make sense because it would be very near these borderlands. And either which way, whether it seems remarkably sensible or not, calling all of Judah, all of Israel, all of Ephraim, and other tribal inheritances or other lands, calling them entirely a mountain, doesn't make any sense at all. My way makes far, far, far more sense in any context. So down to Joshua 24:30. And they buried him in the border of his inheritance in Timnath-serah, which is in Mount Ephraim on the north side of the hill of Gash. So Timnath-serah is, according to them, according to their rules, in Mount Ephraim, north of the hill, which is again, of Gash. But that isn't hill, of course, in the text. It's or mountain of Gash, or Mount Gash. That's quite a mountain, Mount Ephraim, wherein it's so large that other mountains need to be used for reckoning. If it were area Aparim or Ephraim, however, it would mean Timnath-serah was in the area of Ephraim, north of the area Gash, or by the area Ephraim, north of the area of Gash. And again, I will go back to this. For one thing, I don't know if I put this in the tables or not with possible modern cognates. But one of those potential modern cognates, by the way, to by the way, is heart. Heart. And if it was on the outskirts, still technically part of Ephraim, but on the outskirts, by Ephraim, and then they give us reckoning. They say, Matsapun la Gosh. Well, one of the words actually I just went over was this tsapun, which is oftentimes translated as north, but does it actually mean span, spun, or spin, or you say spun, as in possibly something like a 90-degree angle. An angle to obtusely, acutely, to ergosh. Either way, let's see. And I don't have to read the rest of that, but let's just look at the TOP alt translation. They buried him in the border of his inheritance in Timnath-serah, which is by area Ephraim, on the north side of the area of Gash. Not a problem. So let's just go on to Judges. And afterward, the children of Judah went down, this is Judges 1:9, went down to fight against the Canaanites that dwelt in the mountain and in the south and in the valley. As we saw in Joshua 12:8 and really elsewhere, the items listed after are peripheral to the area, or even the heart, what would be considered the mainstay, more solid area. This is any country, county, state, anything. Though they may have really tough, hard lines on our maps today, this would be a pretty normal thing for a nation to have an area that is very much considered theirs, and to have other areas that are somewhat peripheral to those. Maybe not necessarily outside of, but they're not towards the heart of either. Now, whether this means the larger cities, areas of commerce, strategic locations, or whether we're just looking at the whole of the outside and saying, there's the heart. But the TOP alt translation, afterward the children of Judah went down to fight against the Canaanites inhabiting the area, and in the south, and in the valley. Judges 3:3. So Judges 3:3, talking about certain people that dwelt in Mount Lebanon, from Mount Bel Hermon unto the entering in of Hamath. Funny, too, because we see mer in here, and I guess they decided not to translate that as quickly or speedily. Here, it works for them, so I guess they're going to say from Bel Hermon. So again, we either a mountain within another mountain or area within another area. Take your pick. What works better? Again, in the TOP alt translation, just because I changed this, actually, I shouldn't have changed that because that was the English. It would just be that dwelt, or it should be Ishab, dwell. So they're talking about a certain people, dwell, area, Lebanon, from area, Bel Hermon unto the entering in of Hamath. The point is, you don't have a problem with a mountain in a mountain jammed up against a mountain. We're not talking about mountains. We're not talking about erim. We're not talking about plural, which would have to be part of a chain. This is one of the first things that tripped me up looking at this, is the lack of plurals. So Judges 11:37 and 38. And she said unto her father, let this thing be done for me. Let me alone 2 months, that I may go up and down upon the mountains, and bewail my virginity, I and my fellows. And he said, go, and he sent her away for 2 months, and she went with her companions, and bewailed her virginity upon the mountains. Now this whole story, of course, is a bit problematic, that this man was said to promise Yahweh essentially that he would kill and burn the first thing that he saw come out of his house if he gave him victory. Now that just sounds remarkably irresponsible to me. But when you realize how bad these terms are, I don't think he decided to kill and burn anything of his. However, it is quite possible that he said that the first thing or person that he saw he would commit to the service of, or a life without, for instance, in her case, maybe marriage. The whole passage, and I'm trying to remember if this is Jephthah, because I think it's Jephthah, is problematic. But let's talk about this, and going up and down on the mountains to bewail your virginity. If you're going up and down on the mountains, you're going to bewail your calves. But here we finally see an honest rendering of the plural. Thank goodness. Erim. But can we believe that that's supposed to be mountains? Jephthah's daughter supposedly had 2 months to live and wishes to go up and down upon the mountains, bewailing her virginity with her friends. Does it seem more likely her and her friends would want to mourn via mountain hiking, or that they would wish to go abroad in the area, travel, see some sights, go to multitude, I should have said go to multiple places, which would be erim, for 2 months? Go act like girls. Go act like girls. Because no, I don't think when she got back, he cut her throat and he burned her. But I think there was some kind of implication that she would probably not be marrying or living a normal life after that. Going up and down on the mountains? Or did she want to go and travel the Erim? All these places, many places. How would she travel so many back then, when they only had camels or donkeys? Well, maybe they had trains, and that's how they got around and went and seen a whole lot of stuff in a couple of months. Mountains offered dangers. Pack of girls are going to go up and down the mountains. They offer dangers. Hard terrain, hard weather, wild beasts, lack, thin air, remoteness. Areas, the areas and the places, they offer whatever good things are in the area. Just like Rahab said at Irchu or Jericho, lose yourself. Go lose yourself in the area. So I provided a note below. The approximation of Irad and Ole examined later on herein, they're roughly applied to this passage, okay? So I did change those two so that you can get a better idea as opposed to up and down the areas, because I had to do a study on both Irad and Ole. So the TUP Alt translation, she said unto her father, let this thing be done for me. Let me alone 2 months, that I may tread fully the areas and bewail my virginity, I and my fellows. And he said, go, and he sent her away for 2 months. And she went with her companions and bewailed to the full her virginity, in full the areas. Now, as you might have noticed, I'm actually using modern and quasi-modern phonetic cognates for Irad and Ole. Oftentimes, in those passages where I examine Irad and Ole in the text, it ends up as rid, ride, the Irad, rode, tread, because oftentimes Irad appears as tirad, tread. Same with Ole, or ol. It frequently appears without that E. Ol, as in what? Whole, all, full. Where do you get the full from? You get that from the U being at the front of it. Uol, uol. And if you have a W, you have an F. Wol, whole, full. That's why they're translated like that. 1 Samuel 26:13. Then David went over to the other side and stood on top of an hill afar off, a great space being between them. To add context to this is important. Verse 1 states that David is staying in a Gebot, hill. Saul, searching for him, stays in the same Gebot, being called H2444 Echakile, or Chekile, Echekile or Echakile, and they transliterate it Hakila. Just prior to this verse, verse 12, we see that David had crept into Saul's camp and stole away Saul's, in quotes, spear and a cruse of water, if those are correct renderings or not. Then we see in this verse that David speaks loudly, waking Saul and Abner, and continues speaking to them. How so? This verse demands, if consistent with the rest of the text, that David be at the top of a mountain. Which mountain? Unsure. But Saul is camping on the hill of Hakila, not an air or mountain. If we, however, understand this to be saying, David stood on the head of the area, we have him higher in the hill than Saul's camp, but close enough to speak to them. We have no problem with air or area. Furthermore, the fact that the translators now change the definite article e, the, to an, tells us they were attempting to hide that this is all going on in one place, a hill, as stated in the text, in an area, the wilderness of Ziph. So the TOP Alt translation, then David went over to the other side and stood on the top, the area, afar off, a great space being between them. 2 Samuel 1:21. ye mountains of Gilboa, let there be no dew, neither let there be rain upon you. Now, inconsistent grammar is once again used to make this seem as though it's mountains. The eri, E-R-Y, that's it. That's what appears. The eri here in the construct state as per their arbitrary rules. So whenever they want, they tell us that, well, a masculine plural doesn't have to have that M at the end if it's in the construct state. So they get to drop the N. And they say that that's a plural as opposed to being used as an of or my, or actually as part of the root itself. These are all arbitrary rules they apply whenever they feel like it because it helps their agenda. So if eri is mountains of, we have a problem of the next word having the be prefix in plus Gilbo. It should then read mountains of in Gilboa, which isn't coherent. The more likely, as Gilbo, no air. The verses where we see Mount Gilboa are when Israel and Saul are fleeing from where they were camped, which is in Gilboa. Therefore, Gilbo is describing the area of the battle and fleeing into the area of Gilboa. If we do not accept this, then we have bad grammar telling us that this Gilboa has multiple mountains within it. Good grammar tells us that eri is more likely definite article, plus re, abundant or watered, H7277, related to H7301 and 2, ruah, and possibly akin to the Proto-Indo-European re, R-E-I, to flow or run, which for one fits the context using sound-consistent grammar and logic. We don't have to change grammar. We don't got to change syntax. We can stay pretty consistent. I stay entirely consistent as much as possible. They don't. Establishment translations are all over the place. It's like a roller coaster. We also see al once again changed to no instead of to or towards or even God. We see it changed to no. If all words were adjusted for consistency, it would go more like, in TOP alt translation, the flow in Gilboa towards dew and towards rain upon you. Now, if you say, I don't even know what that means. I don't even know what that means. Well, you can check it. You can check it in the context. As I said at the beginning of all of this, some of these are going to seem clunky. They're just going to. And we don't know 100% that the words being as they did. Remember, I don't retranslate every word in here. We don't know 100% that thal is dew. We don't know 100% that mather is rain, and I've got a good feeling that it's not. Very good feeling it's not. Do you know that sometimes it's actually just translated as imprison? Yeah. Oh, so sometimes mether is rain, and sometimes mether is in prison. And we're definitely going to have to accept that on faith. And then olikam, which that's from ol, ye come to yourselves, or yourselves. Instead of upon you, yourselves, oli, mether, some kind of containment. This verse could be far, far different. Remember, I'm trying to mostly just focus on the air portions of these. So, 2 Samuel 16:13, and David and his men went by the way. Shimei went along on the hill's side over against him and cursed as he went, and threw stones at him and cast dust. Air changed to hill to hide the problems here, as well as H5980 la omtu being translated over against, when it would be more consistent to use to stay with him with the with. Or something similar, letting us know that Shimei followed along with David to curse and throw rocks. He was staying with him, staying near him, not off away from him. He wants him to hear him curse. He wants to be near when he throws rocks and dirt and all that. See, Shimei was a relative of Saul. He was very close part of that whole clan, which was essentially taken out. Not by David, didn't take him out. Saul literally, he hunted David. David was literally replacing him. This was coming from a shithead. It wasn't coming from someone who was just in what he was doing or saying. But you can imagine if he was that big a shithead to blame the demise of Saul on David, then he was probably that big a shithead to come really close, cursing him and throwing, if it is rocks. Couldn't imagine they'd be really big rocks that might threaten to hurt anyone, because in this context, David chose to take no action. Not at this time. So it's difficult to do the way that they have to describe it, and air being mountain. It's difficult to do if it's on a mountain. Though it only reads that Shimei was. It only reads Shimei was on the mountain, not in a mountain road or path, but on the side of air, the mountain. They also change the syntax and use inconsistent grammar to make this work. If this was kept consistent, it would be stating that Shimei went along close, betzelo, in or by. A lot of times I have to change these. By the side, by side, the air, to stay with David's procession. If translated with honesty and consistency, mountain will not work, nor hill either, for that matter. So the TOP alt translation, and when David and his men in the way, and Shimei went, not in, went by side the area to stay with him. So he's staying at the fringe. He's not right up close. He couldn't get up close if David was traveling with his men. He couldn't get close. So he was probably staying close, but not too close, because I'm sure he wasn't that crazy. He wanted to be close enough to where David could hear him as he cursed him. I don't think he would be picking up big rocks and trying to throw them at David with all his men around. I really don't. Casting dirt into the air, throwing a fit, whatever, yeah, maybe. So it said, and he cursed as he went, and he threw stones at him and cast dust. Not sure. Not sure. But the difference between trying to say that Shimei went along the hill's side, it's the mountain, it's air, hillside over against him, and went by side the area to stay with him, night and day. Night and day, as far as how possible and believable that is. 1 Kings 16:24. And he bought the hill Samaria of Shemer for 2 talents of silver, and built on the hill, and called the name of the city which he built after the name of Shemir, owner of the hill Samaria. So we have 3 occurrences of air in that verse. As usual, air must be changed to hill, as the city of H8111, Shumrun, not Samaria, Shumrun, would need to be a mountain otherwise. They have to use hill, or else they'd have to use mountain. Also, of the 109 occurrences of Shumrun, or Samaria, only 6 appear with air. Only 6 of 109 occurrences appear with air. In 2 Kings 2:25, Elisha goes from Bethel to, per the text, Mount Carmel, and back to Samaria. No mount, no air. From Air Carmel back to just Shomron, no air. One would think air would be in that verse. Air Carmel to Air Shomron. It's not. However, only Mount or Air Carmel. There are at least 5 verses citing the cities of Shomron or Samaria. That's 1 Kings 13:32, 2 Kings 17:24, 26, 23:19, and Ezra 4:10, which means we have a city that is a mountain with cities within the mountain city. That's right. If one argues, quote, that's just cities under Samaria's jurisdiction, closed quote, the response is, all of the house of Israel was under Shomron's or Samaria's jurisdiction, as per 1 Kings 22:31. So that doesn't add up. But I guess the city would have to be the entirety of the mountain, as the king's palace was there. So this would need to include all the accoutrements, government buildings of all sorts, housing of servants, wives, families, guards, guests, libraries, commercial areas, housing for merchants, etc. There's also graveyard or sepulchres, as per 1 Kings 16:28, 22:37. An altar to Baal, 1 Kings 16:32. A pool, 1 Kings 22:38. A grove, 1 Kings 13:6. Elisha leads an entire army into Shomron, Samaria, 2 Kings 16:19 through 20. And there are now mountains of Samaria, as per Jeremiah 31:5. And there are fields in Samaria, Obadiah 1:19. This certainly doesn't sound like a mountain city. So what now sounds more likely? The Establishment Translation we just heard, or here's the TOP translation. And he bought the area Shomron of Shemer for 2 talents of silver, and he built at the area, and called the name of the city which he built after the name of Shemer, lord of the area, Shomron. That's why it's not Samaria, because it was owned by a lord named Shemer, so when it was bought, it was named Shemerun, not Samaria. Now how about 1 Kings 18:19? Now therefore send and gather to me all Israel unto Mount Carmel, and the prophets of Baal 450, and the prophets of the grove 400, which eat at Jezebel's table. Now that's a hell of a big fucking table. 850 of them. Now, besides the 850 quote-unquote prophets to be gathered were, and they actually call them prophets. They call them prophets. Same as they call the prophets, like in the Law and Prophets, Isaiah, Jeremiah. Same thing. They call them prophets. So it makes you really wonder what the definition of prophet should be, like as far as foresight. Sometimes, but there were others that were given foresight that might not have been necessarily called a prophet. Anyways, 850 of these Nabi, or Nabah, were to be gathered. The people, and the people were to be gathered. How many would that be now? Because Elijah wanted to make it a big spectacle. He wanted a lot of people. Because remember, Elijah and Elisha were 2 of the most profoundly great prophets, that all of Israel, including Judah, had ever really seen since probably the time of Moses. Why? Because when, for instance, the tenure of Elisha ended, things were so downhill for Israel. Just these great prophets, they were sent to the house of Israel. And Elijah wanted to make a point to the house of Israel, who were on a slippery slope. So you can imagine he'd want to gather a hell of a lot of people together. A hell of a lot of people together for whatever it is, this spectacle that he was planning. So, staging this in a mountain would place undue stress on all parties. And unless there were a particular very large area flattened out or made for spectacle in this apparent mountain, this event would be difficult to witness, as mountains tend to either be covered in forest or, when not, rocky and treacherous, like all the mountains in the Middle East. It's just more difficult to believe this enormous spectacle was staged on a mountain rather than the area Carmel, which allows for places easier to get to and more even and accommodate such a large event. In fact, now I'm just speculating. If I was Elijah, I think I'd want to stage it in a basin with higher land all around. Almost like a natural amphitheater. If at all, maybe he actually had, maybe there was a huge stadium that this was staged in that we're just not aware of. They just didn't name the stadium. So, the TOP alt translation, now therefore send and gather to me all Israel unto area the Carmel. Why do I say the? Because it's Carmel. Oftentimes, would indicate, instead of a proper name, the definite article, and Carmel being descriptive. That happens all the time. We saw that with Galod. Alright, so area, the Carmel, and the prophets of Baal, 450, and the prophets of the groves, 400, which eat at Jezebel's gigantic table. Area works great. 2 Chronicles 13:4, and Abia stood up upon Mount Zemaraim, which is in Mount Ephraim, and he said, Hear me, thou Jeroboam, and all Israel. The problem we've been seeing with the singular as a mass noun, besides the fact that it does also appear in its plural elsewhere, and we once again have another mount in Mount Ephraim, is that if were a mass noun or uncountable noun, i.e. is mountains, or a descriptive mountainous, we cannot grammatically have one within the other. Mount Zemaraim, which is in Mount Ephraim. They're both in the state of ER. Okay, so if someone wanted to claim that was a mass noun, they'd first have to deal with the fact that it does appear in its masculine plural, ym, erim, okay? But then we would still have to have one mass noun inside the other mass noun. The mass noun Samarim would have to be inside the mass noun Aparim. It doesn't work. Either they are one mountain, maybe one is near to the other, or a singular mount is within the mountains. If we want to make both of them plural, then Abia cannot stand upon the mountains of Zemaraim in the mountains of Ephraim. He can, however, stand in a smaller area within a bigger area. One may stand in the area of their neighborhood, in the area of their town, in the area of their county, etc. And as we've seen in other passages, how would his audience see or hear him if he were standing and speaking upon a mountain? Were they also in the mountain? If so, why? As seen in 1 Kings 18:19, a mountain is just the worst place to assemble a great crowd. The acoustics would be atrocious. The establishment translation doesn't work with the actual text, nor in reality. Now, in the TOP translation, there's much better ways that I believe that u ikam abia ma'ol la'er Zemrim. I think there's much better ways that that could be translated, but again, I'm doing the minimalist. So here, and Abia stood upon stood upon area Zemrim, and that upon is one of the questionable terms there, but which is by area Ephraim, and said, Hear me, thou Jeroboam, and all Israel. Just an area. It's an area. It's an expression of a place. 2 Chronicles 33:15. And he took away the strange gods and the idol out of the house of the Lord, and the altars that he had built in the mount of the house of the Lord and in Jerusalem, and cast them out of the city. So earlier, verse 5, it reads that he, being King Manasseh, built 2 altars in H2691, the Hatzrut, or courts of Beit Yahweh. In this verse we see now Be'er Beit Yahweh being translated in the mount of the house of the Lord, when the earlier verse could have but didn't use this terminology. If he had built these altars in courts, being external areas of the house, and if it were, and if there were others, such as the verse goes on to say, in Jerusalem, then him tearing down the altars in or by the area of Beit Yahweh makes more sense. It makes far, far, far more sense. Also, the be prefix as by, again, doesn't help the establishment translation, as we still have, even if we had by mount, we would still have by mount house the Lord instead of the area of the house of Yahweh. So as seen in the TOP translation, and he took away the strange gods and the idol out of the house of Yahweh, and all the altars that he had built by area, house, Yahweh, and in Jerusalem, and cast them out of the city. The mount of the house of the Lord is a ridiculous concept. That's why they call it the Temple Mount. Over there in Al-Quds, the Temple Mount. Well, this isn't a mount like as in mount up a foundation. This is mount as in mountain. You could do a search on mount in the English Bible and you will find another word translated as mount. It's an entirely different word, and it certainly does not mean mountain, like they want air to oftentimes mean. Mountain. Now Psalm 3:4, I cried unto the Lord with my voice, and he heard me out of his holy hill. Selah. We now see a direct parallel to pagan thought. Yahweh in his mountain and Zeus in his, or if area, the author is saying Yahweh hears him from where Yahweh dwells in a separate place to the author. TOP alt translation, I cried unto Yahweh with my voice, and he heard me from his sanctified area. Selah. Psalm 78:54, and he brought them to the border of his sanctuary, even to this mountain, which his right hand had purchased. As with earlier passages cited, this is regarding the Exodus and the entering of Canaan. Here we must once again believe Canaan or Canaan to be one mountain. This, of course, negates all the Air or Arim mountains cited within the land. The TOP alt translation, and he brought them to the border of his sanctuary, even to this area which his right hand had purchased. Well, how about we just see what the prophets say? We'll hit the prophets a little bit, and then we'll call it good for this part of this study. Isaiah 2:2, it shall come to pass in the last days that the mountain of the Lord's house shall be established in the top of the mountains, and shall be exalted above the hills. Now that's not air, that's Gebot, the hills, and all nations shall flow unto it. It's unclear why the Lord's house is to be regarded as special if the, quote, mountain of the Lord's house would be in the future exalted above the Gebaut, or hills. A mountain is supposed to already be exalted above the hills. Also, that word translated flow is neru, and is the same root, air. But it's usually translated as river. We covered this in the first episode. And rivers, lakes, and all bodies of water lie at the low points of surrounding land. Therefore, neither they or anything else would flow unto a mountain or anything else exalted above the hills, nor would they flow to the hills, for that matter. The passage below adjusts the syntax in better accord with the actual text. And it be in latter days, establish Yahweh, area, house, Yahweh, in head the areas, and exalt from hills, and flow unto it all the nations. Yes, I know it's clunky because I took out all of the little things that we come to expect in English, but it does make sense when you do look at the language and see what's going on there. Now this one again is interesting, and of course the TOP translation is going to be a little clunky, but again, works far better than air as mountain. This is Isaiah 14:25. That I will break the Assyrian in my land and upon my mountains, tread him under foot, then shall his yoke depart from off them, and his burden depart from off their shoulders. This is an example of how, once again, all one need do is regard various words arbitrarily in order to come up with an entirely different, though still acceptable, grammar and message. It also once again demonstrates the ease of altering mountain to area, or the possible flow if eri is based on the re root seen earlier. The following translation is also closer to the actual text's syntax, and abus, which they say is tread, has been changed to the more consistent rendering of bus, roots. The alteration of abusnu isn't done to help area and can work with all variations, which you'll see when I read the alt translation. Note, there are so many verses in Isaiah referencing air that it seems strange so much attention is paid to mountains or a mountain. Not every time we see Er Kadoshi, my holy blank, are we in context with Jerusalem. His holy blank, Er, seems to be this place he gave to Israel. All of it. Not just Zion or Jerusalem or the mount of the house of the Lord, but Yahweh is, well, the Lord's area, his place, his ownership, and perhaps also reflecting himself in how good, rich, and abundant it is, which again leaves the Levant far out of the running for possible locations. So we have two TOP alt translation. The one is treating eri as area, the other is treating it as a variation of flow. So the first, to break the Assyrian in my land and against area of our paddocks, and depart from off them, and his burden depart from off their shoulders. Or, to break the Assyrian in my land and against the flow, our paddocks, and depart from off them, and his burden depart from off their shoulders. So how about Jeremiah 51:25? Behold, I am against thee, O destroying mountain, saith the Lord, which destroyeth all the earth. And I will stretch out mine hand upon thee, and roll thee down from the rocks, and I will make thee a burnt mountain. The destroying mountain here is Babel and the Kashdim, or Chaldeans. So we must now accept this as a metaphor. The final heir is still supposed to be Babel, but now we are to see it as burnt, or will be burnt, which is odd if you are attempting to put images in the minds of the receivers, as I doubt one of them had ever seen a burnt mountain, which we covered earlier. Even a volcano is not on fire itself. It's blowing lava out of its top. And even when this is the case, volcanoes are remote, for a good reason. Most are rare to erupt. A volcano metaphor, as this is explosive and impressive, it may encourage the hearer, but it really is like a volcano metaphor may actually be more encouraging than dissuading. A great burnt area, though, can happen. It's likely. Many have seen fields, forests, or plains burnt. You could burn a huge area in a dry season. Besides everything else technically wrong with this, the imagery doesn't seem to make much sense. So the TOP alt translation, behold, I'm against thee, O destroying area. What's the area? It's the area of the Kashdim, saith Yahweh, or Babel, which destroyest all the land, and I will stretch out mine hand upon thee, and roll thee down from the rocks, and will make thee a burnt area. Now this one occurs a lot. Ezekiel 6, 2 and 3. Son of man, set thy face towards the mountains of Israel, and prophesy against them. See, this is where commentary will tell us that mountains are leaders or governments, because it's strange prophesying to the mountains alone, the mountains of Israel. But how about the TOP alt translation? Son of man, set thy face toward area of Israel and prophesy against them. Not a problem. We don't need a metaphor. We can be completely literal here. We don't need a metaphor at all. So again, kind of them trying to mix a metaphor here. Ezekiel 18, 6, 11, and 15. But I'm just going to start with 6, and we'll touch on 11 and 15. And hath not eaten upon the mountains, neither hath lifted up his eyes to the idols of the house of Israel, neither hath defiled his neighbor's wife, neither hath come near the menstruous woman. Okay. So this is supposed to be describing a righteous man. Herein, along with the other verses listed from the same chapter, a righteous man is spoken of along with his deeds in comparison to the unrighteous. So, quote, defiles his neighbor's wife, quote, lifting up his eyes to idols, etc. Now, the quote, eating upon the mountains. That's how they translate it, eating upon the mountains. It doesn't sound so bad. He ate upon the mountains, okay. Because the grammar and syntax demands that it actually should say, towards the areas not consumed. This is likely why it wasn't translated as is, because consuming the mountains might be difficult to understand in context with the other understandable deeds. They'd have to say, well, that's a metaphor, and those are literal. If this is translated consistently, though, we can understand that unrighteous men do consume, or akal, consume areas. They buy up or steal all the land when the owners are at their weakest. They impose rents upon it. They control the produce of it. So, consuming the area is a believable, literal thing we even see in our own time. It contextually works just fine. No need to change the text, the grammar, the syntax, terminology, or anything. If it's area, the TOP alt translation, towards the areas not consumed, and his eyes not lifted up to the idols of the house of Israel, neither hath defiled his neighbor's wife, neither hath come near to a menstruous woman, towards the areas not consumed. He's not tried to consume the areas. He's not trying to eat the mountain. Ezekiel 33:28, and the mountains of Israel shall be desolate, that none shall pass through. My question, why would desolate mountains, which contain the least amount of roads, be an issue? Road building avoids mountains as often as possible due to the difficulty and expense of building mountain roads. Unless we are to believe that all of Israel, all of Judah, all of Canaan was one mountain, then sure. The TOP Alt translation, and desolate areas of Israel none pass through. Wow, that was a lot easier. Ezekiel 34:14, I will feed them in good pasture, and upon the high mountains of Israel shall their fold be. There shall they lie in a good fold, and in fat pasture shall they feed upon the mountains of Israel. Now look, I know there's plenty of good fertile mountains which contain plenty of flora and fauna, but that is not what you think of when you think of good fertile places. You think of the plains, the flatter areas near rivers. Yeah, there are rivers that come out and go through mountains, not like in the plains. Absolutely not. And there are a lot of passages I even passed up that just went over and over and over this idea of good pasture, specifically in the Er or Erim. You can find areas of high elevation that still has good fertile soil. I'm not arguing that you can't. What I'm arguing is, in comparison, that there's no comparison as far as the rich fertility of the plains, those areas near the great fresh waters, in rivers, in lakes, in springs, where you can dig your irrigation ditches, your water feeding dishes all around these great, huge, large fields and paddocks, and things grow like crazy. There's no comparison. And here we've got it again, Ezekiel 35:12. All thy blasphemies which thou hast spoken against the mountains of Israel. And here we are. Here we are again, this metaphor. This is speaking to Mount Seir or Edom. That's who they're saying is saying all the blasphemies. A verse typically counted as a metaphor, again, regarding leaders or governors. As seen earlier, this attribution of a metaphor, I spelled metaphor wrong, spelled it with an E. I do that. It's an arbitrary one, and it's unfounded and indefensible. All thy blasphemies which thou hast spoken against the area of Israel. The area, what? The area of Seir, which is where Adum or Edom is from, speaking all these blasphemies against the area of Israel. We don't need a metaphor. And what I'm going to do, I'll wrap with this, because there were plenty more in Ezekiel, there were plenty more in other prophets. And I am hoping to publish this once this is all done, because it was just so lengthy, and there was so much detail that needed to be involved. But just from Ezekiel 42, because this one's pretty interesting. It says, in the visions of God brought he me, this is seriously their translation, I'm sorry. In the visions of God brought he me into the land of Israel, and set me upon a very high mountain, by which was as the frame of a city on the south. Whatever the hell that means. Now, This is included for two reasons, and it's very interesting. And if I wanted to take the time, I could do one that was mechanical, and I could add the little italicized words in there and make it sound so super compelling. But I'm going to leave it with just the two TOP alt translations so you can get an idea of what's likely being said here. But one, it's the Gaba, by the way, it's the Gaba Mad, which we looked at mad, remember? And Gabe, things that are high. Mad, abundant, much. It's the Gaba Mad that, in this context, provides the height. The air isn't necessary for that. And two, the big bonus. What is written after Gaba Mad, which they have as pretty much great height? Ezekiel is saying, quote, and to be upon it, ere Gaba Mad being the height, as the city construction from the south. That sort of height, the city construction from the south. That's interesting because you don't get many of these ancient cities, according to them, that are all that high, or the construction of. So, how high are we talking here? See, always, I would encourage everyone to check these terms. He's describing one or more buildings or structures of a Negeb southern OBRY city. And I can't prove to you that Negeb is southern, but it is a term referred to over and over again as a certain area, which would encompass Adum, Edom, Omlek or Amalek, Canaan, still more Canaanites, other nations referred to towards in Negeb, Mitzrayim, even to some extreme. So, TOP alt translation 1, in the visions of God brought he me into the land of Israel and set me upon a very high area, by which was as the frame of a city on the south. Okay, let's keep that in mind. The very high are the words Gabe Mad. They're what's telling us high, not air. So area, okay. Now the second TOP alt translation, interesting because I do make some of these terms a little bit more accurate. I don't do the whole verse, but you'll see what this is getting towards. In the visions of God brought he me. By the way, I cover this in other things, I think probably at my Patreon. If you're not a patron, please become a patron. It helps me to do this. But this mara'ut or ra, mara, those ra words, they don't mean like it's in my head and he made me see something in my head. It means vision, your sight. Okay? Keep that in mind. In the visions of God brought he me into the land of Israel and set me upon a very high area and holy it as city buildings from south. That's correct. This bana or ma-bana, oftentimes we can find it used as buildings, sometimes translated as suburbs, villages, but it definitely means something that's made or created, bana, of the city. And I'll bet you, if some serious time is taken just with this verse and its surrounding context, that we would see he is describing the high structures of the cities in the Negeb, if we're to believe that's the south. Maybe it's the south, maybe it's the north, maybe it's just the description of a certain area. But that's where I'm going to stop, going into these verses on air. The next time we're going to have to look at ol and irad and ol and irad in the text, because those two terms are the leading two terms that most people, like me, would see in these contexts with air and say, but these terms, they seem to so back up this idea that air is a mountain or a high place. So we're going to look at those too. And those are what's going to conclude this study, to show all of you that air isn't mountain. It's an expression of space. It has to be defined by its surrounding context. It's an expression of space sometimes. It's an expression of time sometimes. And it has to be defined by the text around it. One more time, if you appreciate these things that I'm doing and the ways that I'm working very diligently to try to bring you this very different, unique, and helpful perspective on the Bible and on our world, on reality. And all of this is so relevant to our lives, all of it. Please consider making a donation. There are ways that I put in the description of through PayPal or Venmo. Become a patron and you get benefits. There's the $10, the $20, the $35, and then there's tiers above that for those who want to give more. Because that's the only way I could continue to do this. Because to do this and to put this kind of time into doing this, it's no small effort. And it takes a lot of time and a lot of energy to do this. So thank you for joining me for this episode, number 15 of the OBRY Hours, part 2 of the study of air as mountain. And I will see you as soon as I'm able with part 3, where we go into supporting terms. Take care, everyone.